start in about 1 minute. If you are Spanish speaking, you need translation. They're in the back. I urge everyone, because when Spanish speakers speak, not for this plenary, but for the breakouts, you may need them. But Liz. I think it would be good if you said in Spanish if you need translation. I just said it in English, but if you need translation, how can I? It's fine? Okay.
I'll ask Claudia.
Are we ready to go? Fantastic.
Buenos días. Si solo hablan español, hay traducción, entonces por favor vayan por su equipo aquí atrás.
Thank you, Claudia. So good morning, everybody. My name is Sephora Berman, and I'm the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. I'm from the unceded territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam First Nations in Vancouver, Canada, and it's so great to be with all of you today. On behalf of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, I want to welcome you to our Stockholm+50 pre-day event. The Fossil Fuel Treaty is a new and bold proposal being advanced by hundreds, in fact, of civil society leaders, 101 Nobel laureates, including the Dalai Lama, close to 3,000 scientists and academics. 50 local governments have now passed motions endorsing the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. Parliamentarians from many countries around the world, youth and indigenous leaders. Support for the Fossil Fuel Treaty idea is growing. We're so excited to have so many of you who have been working on it here in this room today to deepen the conversation. I'd like to thank our co-hosts of this event, the Nordic Council and the Stanley Center for Peace and Security, who welcome you as well. The Nordic Council is the Nordic Parliament consisting of 5 countries and 3 autonomous regions. Combating climate change is one of the main strategic focus areas of the Nordic Council. The Nordic Council is interested in contributing to global dialogue and often takes a role in facilitating dialogue on globally important issues. The Stanley Center's mission is to catalyze just and sustainable solutions to critical issues of peace and security by driving policy progress, advancing effective global governance, and advocating for collective action. We're very grateful to see here today ministers, ambassadors, members of parliament, civil society organizations, academics, youth and indigenous leaders, and so many others. We're excited to see people from around the globe who all care so much about the fate of humanity and the planet we live on, and who are willing to stand up and address the risks of oil, gas, and coal phase-out, those risks pose to our survival, let alone our well-being. It's truly wonderful to be with you here today in person, given the last 2 years that were so difficult for us all due to COVID. It's a thrill to be in person, but we also know that it's still with us. So we do ask you to respect the protocols here in Stockholm and take care of yourself and one another. So why are we here this week in Stockholm? 50 years ago, the first international conference on the environment was held here in Stockholm, which led to the Sustainable Development Agenda. And in the 50 years since, there have been major moments of international cooperation, significant. Major moments to manage the threats to our planet, from the nuclear ban treaty to global cooperation to save the ozone, to earlier this month, when the UN decided to create the world's first global plastics treaty. Yet, in those 50 years, governments have failed to address the top threat to our climate, our biodiversity, to human health and water: fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are responsible for 1 in 5 deaths globally from air pollution. And while climate policy and climate solutions, we all know in this room, is complicated, what's not complicated is that 86% of the CO2 emissions trapped in our atmosphere from the last decade come from 3 products: oil, gas, and coal. Despite the very clear science that we need to end expansion and wind down fossil fuel production and emissions in order to ensure climate and economic stability, we know from the amazing work of the United Nations Environment Program, IASD, and Stockholm Environment Institute, who are all here today, that we are on track to produce 110% more oil, gas, and coal in the next decade than the world can safely burn, or it will burn us. As heat waves and fires and floods sweep our planet, it's critical that we face this stark reality. Let me say it again. We are on track to produce more than double the fossil fuels than we can burn and still meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. We need to move away from oil, gas, and coal to protect us, to deliver security and prosperity, and we need to do this in a way that leaves no worker, communities, or countries behind. For decades, our governments have been negotiating emissions reductions. Who gets to pollute and how much? But behind our backs, the fossil fuel industry has been growing production, and we desperately need new global agreements and international cooperation on how much we produce and who produces it. We can no longer allow the world's financial, political, intellectual capital to be focusing on digging up stuff that we know we can't use and is poisoning us. So today we're going to discuss how we can work together to realize a global, clean, fair, and fast energy transition. We're going to hear from a diversity of perspectives, the amazing people who have recognized and risen to this challenge to address the risks associated with oil, gas, and coal. This morning, we hosted a breakfast meeting of more than 25 policymakers from around the world who attended to hear and discuss the need for international cooperation, new ideas of what we can do together. And now we're delighted to open this event to all of you to explore today how we can tackle the global threat of fossil fuels together. So to set the scene for us today, we're delighted that the Honorable Bob Lohman, Prime Minister of Vanuatu, has recorded a video message for us. The Prime Minister's ambassador is with us today. Welcome. And the Prime Minister sends his apologies that he was unable to join us in person, but he sent this message.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Vanuatu. I welcome today's discussion on the bold new proposal of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty as a complement to the Paris Agreement. Vanuatu supports any pathways that leads to more international climate cooperation and to getting off the addiction to oil, gas, and coal. The science is clear. There can be no further expansion of new fossil fuel projects of any kind, and we must see sustained, radical, and socially just cuts to production now and not later. It is acceptable that while states make more ambitious commitments on climate crisis, the dirty fuel industry has been working to extract and supply more fossil fuels than we ever be used. Overproduction will take us to even greater levels of ecological disaster and human suffering. The world must at all costs avoid exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius, which for Vanuatu would undermine the fundamental human rights of people who are not responsible for climate crisis. Let me be clear, 1.5 degrees is not a goal, but a human rights tragedy that can only be addressed by moving far away from all dirty and planet-killing fossil fuels. I am dismayed that emissions continue to increase since the Paris Agreement 6 years ago. The Glasgow Pact finally references coal and fossil fuel subsidies, but every day new fossil fuel projects are being approved and logging us into more severe loss and damage. The current aggression against Ukraine further underscores the need to reduce our dependence on the fossil fuel system as well as the military conflict it causes. Fossil fuels are weapons, and we are living the destruction. This treaty proposal offers a missing legal mechanism to bolster ambition and to bring climate justice into decision-making. Those with the capacities, technologies, resources, and historical responsibilities must be first movers, giving more time and support to developing nations as we strive to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Today's treaty discussion is timely. Tomorrow, the world's environment ministers will meet at Stockholm+50 to consider a range of economic, social, and legal mechanisms to protect our environment. We will commemorate 50 years since the first International UN Summit on the environment. The UN is an essential mechanism to address global challenges, and Vanuatu strongly believes that the entire UN system must be fully engaged in addressing the climate crisis. Nearly all UN bodies have weighed into this issue, with the exception of the International Court of Justice. The ICJ is able to provide advisory opinions that give much needed clarity on how states work together on complex global challenges like climate change. This is a context in which Vanuatu will ask the members of the United Nations General Assembly to vote with us to request the International Court of Justice to clarify the legal obligation of states to protect human rights and environments from climate change. Let me be clear, this is not a court case. Vanuatu does not seek to assign blame. This is a campaign for the world's most vulnerable and humanity and our collective future. This is a campaign about what we must save, not what has been lost. This is a campaign to build ambition, not division. This is a campaign to uplift the goals of the Paris Agreement. This is a campaign for the young generations' call for justice. Vanuatu counts on your support for our ICJ resolution at the UN General Assembly this year. just like you count on our support for new ambitious proposals to keep fossil fuels in the ground forever. Excellencies, please allow me to conclude by wishing you successful deliberations on the proposed fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Thank you for the work you are doing to free the world of fossil fuels and protect the people who are at the heart of climate suffering. Thank you, Dumas. God bless you all.
Remarkable. The Prime Minister covered a lot of ground, noting near the end that he talks about both their work on the ICJ and the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Campaign as campaigns for younger generations to call for justice. It's an honor today to have Elizabeth Watuti and Vanessa Nakate with us for our opening plenary session. I'd like to invite you to join me on the stage. We'll first hear from Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a Kenyan climate activist. She's a Green Climate Fund youth champion and the founder of the Green Generation Initiative.
Thank you. We all know that the consequences of climate inaction have continued to be so disastrous for communities around the world. But most importantly, the humanitarian crisis, especially in the Horn of Africa, has continued to worsen. And right now, over 3 million of my fellow Kenyans are facing climate-related starvation, and also over 20 million people in neighboring countries across the Horn of Africa. And this is because of a record-breaking drought that has seen consecutive rainy seasons fail. For the past few weeks of this month, I have spent my time visiting communities who are impacted by this drought. And one such community is a community in Wajir County, which is northeastern part of Kenya. And what I saw with my own eyes was a heartbreaking example of how the food, nature, and climate crisis has continued to devastate communities. I saw with my own eyes hungry and desperate people who are losing hope for their future. I saw with my own eyes dead and dying livestock, and these are hundreds of carcasses of goats and cows lying on the roads, and they belong to a community whose 80% of livelihoods directly depend on this livestock. I also saw and heard from parents and women who have had to pull their children out of school because they do not have any income left to be able to support their children with school fees, because again, the livestock is what they depend on each and every day. And for the remaining ones that they do not even have a good capacity, or even they're not in good health to even be able to sell them to get that income. And some of them have had to pull children, and most of them being girls, out of school. And what these girls are left to do is to spend the whole day taking care of the remaining livestock in their homestead. So it's true that the climate crisis is impacting communities, and for most of them, they're not waiting for the impacts to hit in the future. They also told me that all they have left right now to lean on is their faith. They do not know that our deadly reliance on fossil fuels is costing them their lives and their livelihoods. And they also do not know that we have spent the past years, and so many years in the past, talking about what we will do and making pledges and commitments that we end up not meeting. And at the end of the day, we end up making their lives more unbearable because they are the ones who are on the receiving end of this crisis despite having least contributed. But most importantly, I saw fighters. I saw communities who are willing to do everything that they can to find solutions for themselves, despite the fact that they still continue to be greatly impacted. And for this particular community, they tried everything. They have tried everything, including farming, but still the rains continue to fail. And this means that they are not able to still meet their needs every day because the climate crisis is still impacting them. So it's true. Some of the impacts of the climate crisis defy human adaptation. And so we have to make sure that we are acting faster enough to save the lives and livelihoods of communities like those in Wajir County. And while this is happening, clear and concrete steps are still not being taken to turn things around, because we have spent so many years still not taking the action, but promising to take the action. This is an interconnected food, nature, and climate crisis, and what we must do is to not treat this crisis in silos, but to actually address them equally at the same time. Because also, we are not going to meet any climate targets without nature. So we have to remember that these crises are all interconnected. And delivery and accountability are very crucial, because we have been here before with pledges made and not met. And with every delay of action, we continue to devastate communities that have almost nothing to do with this crisis. And so the most important thing here is the fact that we need to actually move with urgency and remember that this is a human problem that calls for us to take it in our hearts and to also in our minds that there are people who are on the front lines. And we know that we have to break our deadly reliance on fossil fuels and also invest massively on a clean energy future. And we also have to transform our global food systems and ensure that we are protecting and massively restoring our ecosystems, because it's one thing to restore the ecosystems, but it's another to continue to subsidize the destruction of nature. We have to make sure that all our remaining ecosystems continue to stay intact if we are to save all of humanity, in addition to stopping the investments in fossil fuels. And countries also have to raise their ambition to limit warming to 1.5 degrees and assist others to meet this challenge by mobilizing finance and resources. So this is about humanity, this is about lives, this is about livelihoods that are in balance. And if we have to make sure that we are saving these lives and livelihoods, this will have to be about action. Because again, every delay in action is causing these communities that I've mentioned, like those in Wajir County, to continue be on the receiving end. And that is not climate justice. Climate justice is when women will not have to walk for long distances to look for food, water, and firewood for their families. Climate justice is when communities whose 80% of livelihoods will not have to sit down and feel desperate about a future that they do not have any hope for left at the end of the day. So we have to make sure that it's about action and not words. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing your experiences with us, both the challenges and indeed the horror, but also the leadership and inspiration from communities, and your very succinct leadership and prescriptions for moving forward. Vanessa Nakate was Uganda's first Fridays for the Future climate activist and is the founder of the Rise Up climate movement. Vanessa, I will never forget when you famously said, coming from the tar sands, I come from Canada, when you famously said for the first time, we can't drink oil, I felt like you shifted the reality of the narrative and the global debate. We're so honored to have you with us this morning.
Thank you so much. We are gathered here in Stockholm as the United Nations marks 50 years since the 1972 United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, which made the environment a pressing global issue for the first time. 50 years. I am 25 years old. 50 years is twice my lifetime. For half a century, we have been trying to make the environment a pressing global issue. I want us to sit with that quietly for a moment and take that in. 50 years, half a century, and what have we achieved? Leaders continue to flock to summits like this one that will begin here in Stockholm tomorrow. At Stockholm+50, government and business leaders will make fancy speeches and more promises to take action. Then they will leave. And shortly thereafter, their commitments will be forgotten or broken or become politically impracticable. Or more to the point, back in their capitals, their commitments will be viewed as unprofitable, and emissions will continue to go up. And as a result of emission continuing to rise, extreme weather events will become more likely and more ferocious, and stronger and more frequent storms, droughts, landslides, wildfires, and floods will devastate communities around the world, especially in climate-vulnerable places in the global south, like where I live in Kampala, Uganda. And people will suffer, and people will die. People are already suffering. People are already dying. So the question then is why? Why 50 years on, with all of these brilliant and determined people here and all around the world who are doing everything they can to make the environment a pressing global issue, are we still in the same situation? Or to be more accurate, as the IPCC desperately tries to warn, why are we in a much worse situation? 50 years ago, the data and evidence was already piling up. 50 years ago, the scientists already knew that greenhouse gases from the burning of fossil fuels would destabilize our climate and threaten the health and well-being of millions of people. And soon thereafter, the politicians were warned by the scientists. So why have we made so little progress? Simply put, things don't change because the powers that be, the big coal, oil, and gas corporations and their complicit bankers want to make as much profit as possible for as long as they possibly can. That's it. Those in power have for 50 years put profit before people. It's quite literally business as usual. It has been 50 years of profit before people. If we are to have a chance of meeting the so-called triple planetary crisis of climate, nature, and pollution, that has to change. Fossil fuels are a unique driver of the triple crisis. Fossil fuels are the biggest source of CO2. Fossil fuels drive the extinction crisis through climate impacts. And fossil fuels are a significant source of plastics and toxic air pollution crisis. Fossil fuels undermine every single sustainable development goal. The IPCC, an ever-growing number of economists and faith leaders, and even the IEA are all very clear. We must end finance for all new fossil fuels, that is coal, oil, and gas, immediately. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says, investing in new fossil fuels infrastructure is moral and economic madness. Fossil fuels are killing us, and clean energy saves lives. The leaders who come to Stockholm+50 must end all finance for new fossil fuel development and take urgent action to immediately and massively scale up funding for renewable energy. Funding for renewable energy is especially needed in the global south, where countries urgently need to help lift people out of energy poverty. These vulnerable communities have done the least to create the climate crisis, but they're already suffering its worst impacts. And the global north, which has caused the climate crisis, has for years promised to get funding to countries like mine to help them secure clean, affordable, and reliable energy. Where is that money? Show us that money. It is being offered late and in the form of loans with eye-wateringly high interest rates. More profit on top of mountains of profit for the global north. More debt on top of mountains of debt for the global south. The world needs a plan for global cooperation to stop the expansion of fossil fuels and to begin to fairly phase out the extraction of coal, oil, and gas. And it needs to start now, today, right here in Stockholm. Enough of 50 years of superficial summits. Enough of 50 years of broken promises. Enough of 50 years of delay and deception and cowardly political leadership. Let's not just make the environment a pressing global issue. Let's do something about it.
Wow, fantastic. And I'm so glad that you raised the issue of the finance. We talked this morning in the policymakers' breakfast also about the need to end the finance to fossil fuels, but also the critical issues of funding renewable energy. You know, we've been hearing a lot, and it's good that we're hearing a lot about energy access and energy poverty, but we're also seeing the fossil fuel industry use that as a justification for more expansion. And I think it is important to note that when we look at globally all of the new oil and gas expansion and the new projects that are being proposed right now, over 75% of those are in North America, the majority in the United States. And so, you know, yes, we need to ensure greater access to energy. We need to address equity, but that's why we need a plan where the wealthy countries need to act first. I hope that you all will all join us at the Fossil Fuel Treaty in working to amplify the messages of these incredible youth leaders, but more than that, to not leave the activism to the youth. We all need to be marching, we all need to be speaking out and organizing so that the youth might have more time to be youth. And as part of this panel this morning, we also have a video message from Asa Larsen-Blind, who is the Vice President of the Sami Council, which works to protect Sami cultural, political, economic, civil, social, and spiritual rights and interests.
Dear friends, I'm glad to greet you all at this pre-summit to the Stockholm+50, addressing the importance of a just transition. As Sami, the healthy natural ecosystems are the basis of our culture, since they give us the possibilities to sustain ourselves on our lands through our traditional livelihoods. As an indigenous people, the access to our lands, in a reindeer herding perspective, access to pasture lands, is a prerequisite for the continuation of our culture. Our priorities are thus to advocate for the needed urgent climate action that addresses the root causes and drivers of climate change. Nothing else will help us secure the natural ecosystems that we depend on. And actions taken need to be designed and carried out in a just and equitable way, securing human rights standards on all levels. Indigenous knowledge is an important key to finding the solutions that the world needs for a sustainable future. Indigenous knowledge holders of indigenous peoples all over the world have so much to contribute with. We need to broaden the climate discussion, not only letting it be about industry and energy within the business sector. we need to talk about what it really means to transform a society. We need to question the foundations, the economical structures currently in place. That is actually what had put us in the climate crisis in the first place. Going forward, we need to discuss on what foundation we build a sustainable society and how to secure a just transition towards that society. Today's summit is a good initiative to constructively discuss solutions for the future, and I wish you all the best for your important discussions during this summit. Olo Gitu. Thank you.
So I want to thank Vanessa, Elizabeth, and much gratitude for the videos from the Honorable Bob Laumann, Prime Minister of Vanuatu, and Asa Larsson-Blind, the Vice President of the Sami Council, for opening up this day for us. I want to give you just a little sense of the flow of the day. So we now move into parallel sessions. Over the day, we will have 2 segments of parallel sessions, so 4 sessions. In this room now, there is a panel entitled Fossil Fuels Are a Weapon of Mass Destruction, with feminist experts on how oil, gas, and coal are fueling war, the climate crisis, and environmental degradation, and how groups are organizing globally. There are detailed agendas outside if you haven't picked one up, if you like to have a paper agenda in your hand, or maybe that's just those of us who are really old school, I don't know. But all the speakers are listed there. So upstairs, we will have a concurrent panel, Fossil Fuels Are a Top Threat to the Healthy Planet, which will highlight the deadly human and planetary risks associated with oil, gas, and coal, and efforts to phase them out. After those concurrent sessions, we will have a break for lunch, which will be set up right out here, and 40 minutes for lunch, so hopefully you'll have time to meet each other and network and have some conversations. At that point, at 1:30, we'll come back into this room for a debrief of the morning and also to set up the 2 panels for this afternoon. And again, in the afternoon, you will have a choice between 2 panels. Then, after those 2 panels, we're going to come back. And the 2 panels this afternoon, just so you can think about your choices, are how coal, oil, and gas risk our relationship with nature, which will include Indigenous leaders sharing thoughts on how Indigenous knowledge must inform climate policies and climate justice work. And then upstairs this afternoon, we will have a conversation focused on how international cooperation on fossil fuels can fast-track a just transition. So including financing a transition and rethinking the extractive economic development model within a justice lens. So then we come back into plenary, and I'll give a short summary in real time of what happened in those concurrent sessions. And then we'll move to a discussion with youth who will share their climate change stories and cover the demands they have for Stockholm+50. And then in our final session, we'll have what's called lightning pitches. What's next? How we get to a fossil-free future from a number of speakers on their ideas of a pathway and a plan forward. And then finally, we'll have concluding remarks from Alex Rafalowitz, the director of the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, as well as Mary Moano-Colio from the Pacific Climate Warriors. Tonight, we are hosting a reception right afterwards, right outside this room, but just for a half an hour, because we're hoping that many of you will engage in an advocacy effort happening here in Stockholm+50. There is a demonstration today from 6 to 8 p.m. at Sergels Torg. I'm sorry, my Swedish friends, I'm sure I've butchered that. The city center from 6 to 8 p.m. I'll be there, along with my colleagues from the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, and it would be wonderful if you could join as well. At 8 p.m., we're hosting a social at the Capitol Rooftop Bar in the Scandic Continental Hotel, so we can have more time to meet each other and plan for our organizing together. And other quick notes. Every member of the Fossil Fuel Treaty team has a dot on their name tag, so you can ask us for assistance, learn more about how to engage in the campaign, and most importantly, give us your ideas of what you'd like to see this initiative do and what you think is integral to be included in a fossil fuel treaty. Today we're fortunate to have simultaneous Spanish-English interpretation for all of the sessions in this plenary room. Please leave the headsets on your chair on the back table whenever you leave this room. And for Spanish-speaking guests who would like to participate in the parallel sessions upstairs, we also have mobile sets that you can collect on the table in the back. So now, I invite you to join either for the Fossil Fuels and Peace panel, which will be in this room, or to go upstairs to catch the panel on fossil fuels and public health. The rooms for concurrent sessions do have limited space. If you find the session you want to attend is full, we encourage you to go to the other sessions. And we will see you all at lunch. Thank you very much.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start our session. Please join us in the middle so we can also get you to ask questions, etc., etc. Great. Okay. Can you hear me? Are the mics on? Yeah? No? Yes. Great. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, welcome everybody to our session of Fossil Fuels are a Weapon of Mass Destruction. We will have a panel of online participants who are joining us from Cameroon and from the United States, and from here on our panel we'll have experts from Ukraine and also from the United States. And I am Sasha Gabizon. I'm with Women Engaged for a Common Future. And we are bringing a feminist perspective to this topic of fossil fuels as a weapon of mass destruction. And we have very little time, but we have fantastic speakers. And I'll try to take, after each speaker, a question from the floor. So be ready to go. Short question, yeah, not a PhD presentation. And then we'll go like that through our discussion. And if we have some time at the end, we'll do a broader reach out to all of you. I know that I'll just give you the agenda. We will start with Svetlana Romanko, who is with Stand With Ukraine campaign, who is right here with me, and who will be our first speaker. And we're very honored to have you here. No, you can sit down. I'll just announce the agenda. Okay. Then we will have Sylvie Negomo, who is with the Women International League for Peace and Freedom Cameroon. Sylvie will join us online. I know she is there, and I hope she can hear us. Then we will go to Joni Seeger from Bentley University, United States, who is with us here in the room. Welcome. And then we'll go online to Beatrice Finn from the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. Beatrice, I know you're online. I hope you can hear us. So welcome to our experts. And I look very much forward to discussing this issue with you today. And now, Svetlana, I ask you to kindly take the floor and give your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today to speak about the fossil fuels as weapon of mass destruction. The Russian invasion of our country is funded and fueled by the coal, oil, and gas industries that also drive the climate crisis. The import of all fossil fuels from Russia must be banned, as must any investment in Russia. This is urgent and necessary to stop the existential threat to my nation. But it's just the beginning. We need to phase out fossil fuels globally if we are to stop the existential threat to our planet. And we have to implement the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty as a global framework which will enable us to keep all fossil fuels in the ground, phase out them quickly, and do a fast and just transition to a clean energy and community-owned energy. But I would like to start explaining of why fossil fuels have become a weapon of mass destruction and why it becomes so clear over the last 3 months. First of all, fossil-fueled wars are not new to the planet. The industry inspires conflicts wherever it goes, whether it's Ukraine today or in decades of violence perpetuated in places like the Middle East, Nigeria, and Ecuador, and many others in the global south, which already suffer from severe weather, poverty, and oppression impacts. The war in Ukraine is not just another conflict. Besides dreadful death, destruction, violence, terror, and genocide against thousands of Ukrainians killed during shelling, bombing, and missile attacks from Russian forces, it has already affected 1.7 billion people in more than 107 countries who are now facing sky-high prices for food and energy. From Egypt to Sri Lanka, food and energy prices are adding additional layers of strain to already struggling communities, threatening peace and security within these nations. More than humanitarian and the impacts to our country have also been huge. And I will just tell a few numbers. We'll stop on those numbers. that can explain better than I believe, what massive destruction, what grief, and what need of immediate phasing out of fossil fuels this fossil-fueled war brought to our territories. And if we won't act, it can expand. Because we deal with Russia, the largest country by landmass, the largest country by fossil fuel reserves which are available for extraction, the largest country with the number of carbon bombs. Only them have 41 of them, which they can detonate at any moment. And we cannot trust the country that invades and exposes aggression towards another sovereign and independent nations, because it may happen to any other country in Europe soon, obviously. So more than 14.5 million Ukrainians have fled their homes, while tens of thousands of civilians have been killed. Among them are 500 children, and more than 120,000 children were separated from their mothers and deported to the concentration camps in the Russian Federation. And as well as damage to the infrastructure with this full-scale war was enormous and still is enormous. 23,800,000 of kilometers of roads, 621 kindergartens, almost 300 bridges, almost 1,000 healthcare institutions and factories have been bombed and destroyed. And Ukraine's real GDP expected to drop by from 30 to 50% this year. And the cost of rebuilding the country after the war is estimated at $1 trillion. It's huge. This is a huge damage, and this is a huge loss. If we could have this money diverted into the clean energy infrastructure, imagine what we could do all together instead of killing and destroying, killing civilians and destroying territories. And there is also a huge environmental damage, which we know weapons of mass destruction always impose where they are. Thousands of hectares of ecosystems have already been destroyed. Russia targets our critical energy infrastructure like power lines, power plants, oil depots, as well as industrial facilities, including chemical plants and gas networks. So the EU still sending 1 billion euros, even if with yesterday's embargo. Unfortunately, it will only be imposed in full by the end of the year. It's too late to end the war in Ukraine. And as a Ukrainian, it's very difficult for me that the planet-saving transition to clean energy may come at cost that has been paid by my compatriots with their lives. But perhaps because I live on the front line, I see it very clearly that the fight for Ukraine's freedom can lead us to what science has told us to do. Stop burning oil, gas, and coal right now. And it's not acceptable to allow this war to become a trigger for a new way of fossil-fueled colonialism in the countries of the global south. We have to stop it now. In the climate crisis, we don't have any other window for a fossil fuel infrastructure. And the very last point, which I would like to make, we must implement the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to stop fossil fuel addiction behind Putin's war machine. The 3 pillars of the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty also provide us with hope and vision for socially responsible, equitable, and green post-war recovery of Ukraine. As we enter the 4th month of fighting, we see how much destruction has already been made by the fossil fuel war and fossil fuels as a weapon of mass destruction. And the sooner economies move away from fossil fuel dependency, the sooner peace and security for all of humanity can be achieved. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. And yeah, we all stand with Ukraine, which is also the name of your organization. We all stand with Ukraine, and we know that the decisions which have been taken this week by the EU also on their oil embargo are still not enough, that it's still too late. And you said how many millions or billions are still being paid?
1 billion daily.
1 billion daily still goes into...
Yes, and Putin spends, there is another proved number from open sources. EU sends 1 billion to Putin every day, and Putin spends 900,000 millions each day to fund his war machine. against Ukrainians. And one additional comment I would like to make before taking a question, it's about the fossil fuel companies have doubled their profits over the last few months because they are using Ukraine and the war in Ukraine as a justification for them to increase exploration everywhere in the global south, which we can see in Colombia, in Guyana, with ECOP and many other places. So this should not happen because these profits are huge. And if in numbers, 20 US-based companies made 30.3 billion of US dollars only for the last three months, we have to stop them of doing that. And European companies receive additional extra 107 million profit in euros profit because of increased prices each day, just making their business of Ukrainian grief. So we have to understand that it's not an easy fight, but we have to phase out fossil fuels everywhere the soonest. And the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is very timely to discuss today during Stockholm+50 because it can stop it from happening right now. If from cities to states, everyone commits to Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, as actually did 11 Catholic institutions, because I was working in the past for Laudato Si movement, and they just shared very important news with me that this movement with Catholic institutions has started growing already in all Catholic countries in the global south. So altogether, we can make a difference and end the war in my country and also end the fossil fuel conflicts everywhere.
Thank you very, very much, Svetlana. So I announce one short question. Youth goes first. I see a very young man, Monsieur Ati.
I'm from Canada, I live in Helsinki. I just want to ask, because the war, all of the suffering is in the Ukraine, the civilians there, and the young men fighting in Russia, because it's being done with Russian weapons and NATO weapons. And the investment in weapons has been going up and up since the Paris Treaty. About 100 billion a year is being invested in the military. And the biggest military is NATO, and it's also the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases that are fueling. About 6% of the emissions are caused by the military. What hope have we got now when everybody is looking for military, and even the Ukrainians are asking for more military weapons, which I understand, but it just justifies the building up of this military and waste of resources on the military and getting us into a shortcut to destruction beyond climate destruction where there are nuclear weapons involved.
Yes, I do completely understand your question. Thank you so much for that. I'm also anti-militarist and peace and justice activist, but in the current circumstances, we have to understand that to fight dictatorship and to fight tyranny, we unfortunately don't have another means for now. Because when you are forced to some force, you have to fight back. But I truly realize, for example, if we compare just the price of one big, do you remember this big ship called Moscow that, yes, in the Black Sea. So it costs 780,000 millions, only one. Can we imagine if this money we put into green investments and we accelerate a green transition to clean energy everywhere? Of course, there should not be militarism and the production of more arms. It's even cannot be under discussion, even from the feminist perspective. It's a patriarchy which cannot drive this planet anymore. But at the very same time, this is a huge threat to the nation, and I think choosing between being all getting enslaved by the tyrannies, fossil fuel tyrannies, and fighting them and building a new future, a new economy, which won't be based on the fossil fuels, makes some sense to justify this temporary measure.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. I now will take our second speaker, Sylvie Negomo from the Women International League for Peace and Freedom Cameroon. Sylvie, are you with us? Can you hear us? And can we see you? Let's see how Zoom is working. The technical team is putting you on.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Sylvie, we can hear you too. Sylvie, the floor is yours.
I can hear you good.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I want to say that, yes, I'm happy that you can hear me because I'm in country and the internet might not be very stable, but I truly hope it's going to work. Thank you so much. I want to send greetings from Cameroon. and say sincere thanks for this opportunity given to me to discuss this very important topic. But before I say my remark, permit me to say the reason why I'm not in Sweden in person. I want to say that I'm intervening online because I was not able to get the visa to come to Sweden. I am saying it because the visa requirements were simply unacceptable and beyond my capacity. I was requested to travel to Democratic Republic of Congo or to Nigeria to get a visa, which I found was very time and energy draining and also impossible in this time of pandemic. Also feel that I always give the participate in multilateral events. So I had to say it so that this does not happen next time, neither for me nor for another woman, sorry. Now, regarding the topic of forcing, I want to use the case of my country, Cameroon, to testify that this is really true. Because if I take the case of Cameroon, oil is directly linked to conflict in Cameroon. Oil and other natural resources have played an important role in how colonial power divided up Nigeria and Cameroon. The current conflict that we have in the northwest and southwest originated from the creation of the United Republic of Cameroon. And today we continue to have grievances which are over unequal access to fuel and natural resources. The current conflict, I know you are all aware of the conflict in Cameroon, over independence of the English-speaking region is about, they want independence, the English-speaking region, but is above all a fight over access to fossil fuel and natural resources. In 1961, there was a conference in Cameroon which brought the two federated parts of Cameroon into one Republic of Cameroon. And this political decision is at the root causes of the current conflict in Cameroon. So, and the underlying reason under it is the fight over petrol and other natural resources. That is why the government, most of the time, has responded to this conflict mostly with repression, including increasing investment in military and security forces. And the result is very clear. Thousands of deaths, thousands of children out of school, entire village burned, destroyed and wiped, health and school facilities targeted and destroyed, increased gender-based violence, just to name a few. I want to say that because of that, I think that Cameroon is also suffering from what I can call resource curse. We have resources, but it becomes a curse. And especially as the general population does not benefit from fossil fuel exploitation, and this fuels general discontent and insecurity. I want to also indicate that there is a link also in Cameroon between fossil fuel and environmental pollution. Oil companies in Cameroon have displaced population from fertile agricultural lands, and the affected population are now facing displacement and poverty because they have lost their means of subsistence. A huge contributor to make change is also this fossil fuel, and the impact are also devastating in terms of drought, flood, and so on. So I want to say that fossil fuels is therefore a huge factor in Cameroon, contributing to environmental pollution, displacement, insecurity, and militarization. And all these have direct impacts on women. We have displacement. Women are displaced. And because of this displacement, there are other consequences: lack of access to food, water, and health services, because they are forced to flee from their normal area. They have lost all their financial autonomy. They are forced into prostitution and forced labor to earn a living. There is a change in social role. Because of the killings of men and so on, women become a father, mother, and everything in the family. So the role of women changes, and there is increase of gender-based.
So thank you very, very much, Sylvie. We could...
One form of gender-based violence as a weapon of war. There is... Sorry?
Thank you very much, Sylvie. We have heard almost everything, but the connection is not very good. Maybe you can close with one sentence, please?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yes, please try to conclude.
I can conclude because...
Thank you.
Yes, I want to conclude by just giving you a recent actual news. There is a recent news in Cameroon which is ongoing. What we call is a devastating news because it's what we call Petrolgate or Glencore scandal. Glencore, Swiss mining company, in a complaint led against her by Transparency International and Co. for bribery and corruption. For some African countries, including Cameroon, have been victims of this fact. So the US, the USA, and the Brazil have sued Glencore to court. And now, opinion leaders in Cameroon, political leaders, many voices are coming up in Cameroon and also asking the government of Cameroon to file a complaint against Glencore at the International Court in New York, like USA and Brazil have done, to get a compensation. So the Petrolgate, the Glencore scandal right now happening in Cameroon is a true testimony that the fossil fuel are truly a weapon of mass destruction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sylvie, and we are so upset that it was impossible for you to get a visa to come to Sweden and to be here with us, for us to further discuss with you the scandal of the Swiss and the US oil companies, but especially also your solutions, which you have been able to indicate to us about women in peace negotiations and women's land rights. And we understand indeed that in your case, the fossil fuel mass destruction is very much also impacting women, particularly with gender and sexual violence. So I think this is a very important aspect to take into our discussion. We thank you very much. Do stay with us, Sylvie, and I will see if there's a hand somewhere. Nope. All right, then I will be very happy to ask Joni Seeger, Bentley University, to give us her presentation.
Thank you, Sasha, and thank you to my co-panelists. So in 5 minutes or less, I'm starting my timer, but I'm also dependent on our timekeeper here. I'd like to put on the table, or actually add to Sylvie's putting on the table, one of the primary drivers, in my perspective, for fossil fuels, and I'd like to put it on the table for our consideration and analysis, and that is the agency of masculinities and the role of patriarchy. And I want to just briefly outline how we can talk about that in economic terms and also in what a colleague of mine has called the social metabolics of fossil fuels. So economically, it's not just capitalism. It's not just militarism that drives commitment to fossil fuels. There is an underlying, what I could term, petrobromance that we ignore only at our peril. Economically, fossil fuel industries are the most highly masculinized on the planet. From the CEO offices to the coal pit or to the oil rig, men are the largest beneficiaries of direct economic benefits of the industry. At the elite levels, of course, we see that the capture of fabulous, and I don't mean that in a positive way, I mean in a fable way, the capture of fossil fuel economic wealth, this wealth at incredible levels, and Svetlana has identified some of them, is largely a male capture. If we turn to, so there's a whole other economic analysis I could go into, but not in the 4 minutes left to me. 3.5 minutes left. So let me turn very quickly. I'm just kind of putting this out there. Let me turn quickly to, what Gabriela Valverde has called the social metabolics of fossil fuels. From CEO suites to extraction sites, fossil fuels also create spaces, and I mean that both literally and metaphorically, of exclusive male power and privilege. And these are toxic spaces for women. These are spaces of brotherhoods, spaces of often considerable violence against women and against, if you will, non-masculinizing conforming men. And we have much, but not enough, understanding of sex trafficking involved with extraction sites, sexual violence in small towns dealing with sudden large influxes of male labor force, and there's a considerable body of work that we need to consider there. At this moment, we are seeing the intensity of attachment to fossil fuels increase. At the very moment that, in fact, certainly rational, if we're looking at rational economics, it should be decreasing. There's this like almost frenzy. There's both kind of the frenzy of end-time extraction, which we're all witnessing. It's like, let's get as much as we can now. There's also a frenzy of kind of new, big, again, highly masculinized technologies. Let's capture that carbon. Ridiculous. Let's do geoengineering. Let's put big solar umbrellas in the sky. Ridiculous. But this intensity reflects many things, but I would also say that it reflects a nostalgia for a particular type of industrial masculinity, where patriarchal order, where real men, and I put that in air quotes, rule the roost, and no one challenged them, let alone a young girl with pigtails, the former Greta iconographic vision. And in fact, if you look at the sexual politics of climate denial, you can see there's a very strong contestation of agency there. The attachment to fossil fuels is in many ways what another colleague calls a compensatory practice that allows men to reclaim or sustain the patriarchal authority that they believed they once had. So the obstacles to transitioning from fossil fuels, which is what we're talking about today primarily, are, of course, pragmatic. I mean, everything around us, literally everything around us, is fossil fuel dependent. It's economic. It's rooted in capitalism. It's rooted in militarism. And it's also rooted in a masculinized economic and cultural exclusivity that men are trying desperately to cling to. The persistence of fossil fuels is intertwined tightly in this knot of capitalist, militarist, masculinist drivers. And we need to unpack these all if we're going to achieve a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joni, for bringing us a few very important new terms. You will have to mention them once more. It was the social metabolics of fossil fuels?
Yes, isn't that great? And that's from Gabriela Valverde. That's not my term.
Good.
But I give you petrobromance.
Oh, yes, petrobromance.
And if you use it, you must credit me.
Okay. Wonderful. And also, indeed, the frenzy of also this being brought into the climate-saving world, where we suddenly then hear about geoengineering, carbon capture and storage, etc.
Let me just say flat out, it's
which
insane.
is all with very big machines and a lot of very male-dominated industries. So, which need to be protected by militarism. And you also brought the link to sex trafficking around many of these spaces, these exclusive spaces, which are toxic to women and men who are non-masculine conforming men. So thank you very much. I think this is the feminist perspective we were hoping to hear, but which follows indeed directly from what we already heard from Svetlana and from Sylvie. And I know we don't have a lot of time left, 6 minutes maybe or so. So we have to go, I think, straight to Beatrice, and then I'll come back for questions. Beatrice, Finn, International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. What can we learn from you? Are you with us? Can we hear you?
Here.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to try to quickly run through my key points because we know we don't have a lot of time. And I think that today, when we see how the world looks, you might ask sort of, do international law still matter? We see a huge undermining of international law. We've seen Russia pretty much trample on international law. Does it still make sense that this is what we work on? And I think it is. It's, you know, international law sometimes get a very unfair rep of being ineffective. But if we look at the world and how it's changed since, say, 1945, it really has been a network of international law, regulations, different cooperation that has completely pushed countries, societies, companies, and others towards a specific type of behavior. It's not always flawless. It doesn't always work, but in large, we have seen how it does shift behavior massively over time. And even when we see countries violate these treaties, like what we're seeing Russia is doing in Ukraine right now, we are using them. And we are using them to put in sanctions, to protest, to push our governments to do more, to respond. So they are still, even when countries violate them, are still effective tools to have at our hand to utilize. And I see a lot of similarities with the work that we do on nuclear weapons and on climate change. And you know, it's not a coincidence that it's usually the same governments that are the problem. It's the same sort of usual suspects, of course. And for us, I think it's also interesting to see how we have had for a very long time the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which I see very much as the similar like Paris Agreement. All countries came together, agreed on a nice goal, but nothing specific about how to actually get there, and not actually challenging what the real problem is. For us, the problem is, of course, that some countries think that it's legitimate to have nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence is totally acceptable. And for climate change is, of course, the lack of acknowledgement and concrete plan that fossil fuel is the problem and we need to stop it. So if we are going to ever eliminate nuclear weapons, it's not enough for governments to just have the Non-Proliferation Treaty saying this is a vague goal. At some point in the future, nuclear weapons will just magically disappear. At the same time, it's not acceptable to just have, you know, we commit to 1.5 degree like increase, but not, you know, not actually doing anything about it. So if we're going to fix this problem, we need to prohibit and stigmatize nuclear weapons. And if we're going to survive climate change, we're going to have to prohibit and stigmatize fossil fuel. And therefore, of course, for our work, what we did was to work with a group of supportive governments to negotiate a new treaty, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, a straightforward ban on these weapons. Nuclear weapons are unacceptable according to this treaty. And we did so even without having the nuclear armed states or even the countries supporting nuclear weapons on board. And it's how we turned it in from a vague commitment into an actual practical concrete implementation that sort of calls out countries like, if you mean that you want that goal, then this is what you're going to have to do to get there. And it already has an impact because it stigmatizes nuclear weapons. It draws a line in the sand of international law and clarifies what kind of behavior is acceptable and what is unacceptable. So sort of 3 points on how a treaty like this can be really helpful, even if you don't have all governments on board from the beginning. First, every country that joins that kind of treaty chips away at the legitimacy of, for us, nuclear weapons, for you, fossil fuel. And this group might start off small, but it can expand and grow over time. And I think it's important to not let the slowest countries dictate the solutions and hold the rest of the world hostage to consensus rules. Through a treaty like this, it is actually the most progressive countries that will set the pace, that will set the rules, and others will then be pressured to catch up instead of the inverse. And the second part is that it grows political pressure and clarifies what the actual problematic behavior is. And it makes it really much harder for politicians to do their usual blah, blah, blah. So even if a government says no to joining the treaty, it's really helpful for people, for activists, for civil society, for parliamentarians, for anyone, for media to have clarity. Is my government part of the problem or part of the solution? And treaties like this really help with that. And that's how we build stronger political pressure. And I think it also is a very effective tool to help create movements and help sort of strengthen civil society's role and allow people to get involved in issues and give people confidence that their work matters in this. It can help build really sharp and focused but broad and diverse civil society coalitions. ICANN has over 600 organizations as part of our network working on the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, from parliamentary lobbyists to doctors, TikTokers, to nuns that chain themselves to military bases, to lawyers, artists, and many, many more. We work from the United Nations, African Union, on all national governments, with local authorities like cities, with financial institutions, with churches, trade unions. So really rallying behind the idea of the treaty also allows for all different governments to have a voice, for all different communities of the world to have a voice, for all types of activism work to have a voice, and really use that role to find their specific skills. So I'm going to stop there because of interest of time, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, for sharing your experience with ICANN and your campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, and that you started your treaty also as initiated by civil society, diverse organizations, and then getting governments, first the progressive ones, on board, and really setting, the standards to identify which countries are doing a good job and which are not. So we can learn from that to also address the fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty, which we are talking about today, and which is really also about ending mass destruction and violence, and particularly also violence against women and girls as one of the topics we want to discuss with you. We have, I believe, 7 minutes left, in which we would like to get from some of you your input, your questions, anything you would like us to take to the ministers here. So I see 2 hands. I'll start with the lady over there.
My name is Brila Kozłowska. I come from Poland. I'm part of the Parents for Future. I'm part of the Parents for Future global community, and we are here also just reflecting on what you said. I saw you have a child and you're a parent. And as we are coming all from different countries, what is uniting us is the awareness of this, how much the fossil fuel dependence is a threat for our kids because of the war that is fueled by it, because of the climate crisis and ecological crises. So we are doing our best to find out how to reach to our governments to understand that we are aware and we expect to join this initiative and to treat it as the crisis situation that we should fight. So I would, as being here, I would like to encourage everyone to take a look on the Parents' letter on the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. We just launched that, and we wish that we gather like billions of signatures from citizens all around the world that we can later on present on COP27, so that our policymakers don't have any more excuses to say like, well, it's not the priority because we have inflation, because this and this. Well, let's fight the causes of the problem and not the symptoms. And that's why to all of you, I really would like you to, just behind there are these postcards, and you can find the address of the letter. Go on the website, sign it, share it with everyone. And thank you for this panel, especially as a woman, as a mother, and as a feminist, as a part of this global community. I'm really grateful that you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. So sign up to the Parents' letter. And talk to our governments, and let's hope Poland will be the first government to sign on to the treaty, which is why we're here in Stockholm+50, because here we can talk to the governments, and they have already identified in their text a reference to fossil fuels. They did so in Glasgow, and then part of it was taken out again. It's really difficult to get mention of oil, coal, or gas in a UN treaty. So it is already very important if we can get something like this coming out of the 2 days following here in Stockholm. I have a hand over here. Yes. Oh, she has the mic. Sorry. Yes, go ahead. The mic.
That power counts.
Yes.
Just 2 short questions. Men may capture the profits, But poor women depend also on fossil fuels bringing tomatoes to the market or whatever, onions to the market. So how do we convince the poor women to give up this right? And this is worldwide a really big problem, because of course half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 per day. So this is the other side of the story. The second question is, and I listened to your presentation as well, which is that the Western world is really finishing off their oil, but more than 80% of the remaining fossil fuel is in the global south. So basically, any treaty that is going to phase it out is asking the global south to not use their resources. I'm completely in agreement from a climate change perspective, but I can't see how we can force them to not use their fossil fuels, because even if we don't buy it, they can sell it to each other. Right? So this basically means we have to come down to a justice story between men and women, a justice story between rich and poor, but also a very big justice story between rich and poor countries. So it's not enough to just stigmatize the use of fossil fuels. How do we address this justice story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from the Netherlands, and we still invest billions every year in subsidies into fossil fuel infrastructure, and we are investing also in countries like Mozambique, which is fueling war in the north of Mozambique, and there has been lots of killings and really horrible things. And it's all justified also with this argument, yeah, of course we are helping development and all that, and independence, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, at what cost, right? So I think the important thing is to see that if you would invest the same amount of money in renewable energy, you can have decentralized access to energy for also low-cost, low-income families. And I think that is the question which we also heard from Svetlana. If all the billions which are now being put in weapons and more boats, etc., could have gone into decentralized renewable energy solutions, they would have been much faster applicable in the more remote areas where you have also more of the low-income families. So I think that is one of the... Huh? But
so I think that answer is sort of a stopgap answer, in the sense that it can't deal with public transport right now, can't in most places deal. No. Right? So that's one of the issues for the tomato story. And the other thing is that actually we have to go back to capitalism, which is what Joni brought up, which is that we all have to use much less energy. That basically means we have to chuck out the GDP concept. We have to start from scratch.
Yeah,
that story
and then you need policies like free public transportation, even if it still uses on fossil fuels, maybe, but not subsidizing e-cars like Teslas for the rich, right? Which we are doing in my country, right? So, total wrong policy. So, of course, yeah, you need to have the social measures in place to absorb and to help with the transition. We all agree on that. Thank you for bringing that into discussion, and I think we had one last question here, and I know we have 3 minutes left, so you have 1 minute for your question.
Quick question. My name is Chris Decky. I'm from the SLOCAT Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport. But my question, it's really good to see synergies between the two treaty processes, or the beginning of these treaty processes, but I'm wondering how all of this can kind of touch on militarism in a wider way, right? Like, I come from the US, where we have 800 military bases around the world that nobody seems to want to talk about. And I'm just wondering how these two treaty processes can kind of start talking about something like that, or go beyond just, let's say, nuclear weapons or non-proliferation of fossil fuels, but really talking about the militarization of the planet that's often perpetuated by countries like mine. So just something to talk about.
Thank you. So, and one last hand over here, and then I'll come back to our panelists on the screen, and maybe Liz will give us 2 or 3 minutes more. Yes. Good. 2 or 3 minutes. To respond. I see the hand over here. Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Carmen Capriles from Bolivia. I think there's a myth around developing countries not being able to produce their own food, and that they need like the fossil fuels and so on. I think it is necessary to start talking about our food systems and how they are being undermined by big companies that are forcing small producers out of the market because they can bring more product and cheaper products. Well, I think it's important to start working at local level with production, which is possible. I mean, Bolivia is a origin center for potato and tomato, and we have to import from countries like Peru because they can produce more there's more investment and there's big companies, but we cannot have our small farmers competing for that. And it's not an issue about fossil fuels, it's an issue about capacity and how we're investing and to start valuing the work that local producers do. Because if we start working at local level and thinking how are the most effective way to fill in the markets, I think we can really reduce a lot of the fossil fuels that are going into these unsustainable food systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. And so we go back to our panel, and I would like to ask Svetlana if you have any reflections on the questions we heard today.
Yes, I do. And as my first reflection was that I truly didn't mention countless sexual violence crimes against Ukrainian women and girls, and very just little kids. And I think this has to be said because this is what we are discussing: how the fossil fuels are impacting lives forever and changing their life for many people, for many families. I also would like to encourage us all to think of what kind of world we would like to build, and which will be the most just world for everyone who lives on the planet, with inclusive green economy, which is not fueled by fossil fuels. Yes, one way of doing that is dismantling the existing system of that puts profit and over human lives, obviously. But at the same time, the next question is, what is the way of how we do that? How we express our people power to the next action, and how we put our people power potential to the next action. Because what's happening with Stand With Ukraine, we've been supported by 800 organizations from over 60 countries. And there was no division for countries of a global north and a global south. People suffer same likely everywhere, and the more we can build this international and solidarity between countries and try to tackle all climate chaos that the industry brought to countries of a global south, the sooner we all can live in peace. And we can also dismantle the system that push us to use the military equipments and produce them more and more. Because I was reflecting also, just very last note, I would like others also to input other speakers, but we will be far behind of a green revolution, of a clean energy transition, if we will keep grow this patriarchy military potential and build up military everywhere. This costs a huge money. I know because I looked into the data for how much it looks, crazy money, insane money, that we can immediately put into green revolution, and we can bring the peace and tackle the conflicts in the global south. Yes, I know. And what you've told about support of a woman in rural communities, I studied this as well. So market system development is one of the approaches, how to connect those women to the markets and how to enable those women to the markets, how to give them a space, not only buy these tomatoes, but produce and get profit of selling these tomatoes, but not being pressured and completely put it out of market with a big corporations. It's one of the small things, but the way we have to go, it consists of a very small steps. And for me, global solidarity in all political measures we can implement is the key road to success. And for Stockholm+50, very last one, we really have to have this fossil fuel mentioned in the Paris Agreement. We have to have a clear say that what has been done existing this war and many other conflicts is caused by the fossil fuel industry and the huge profits they are making owning our natural resources. So people are to decide what to do with the oil, gas and coal, not corporations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. Online, I don't know, Sylvie, if you have a last comment from what you heard? Or Beatrice? Beatrice, go ahead. The floor is yours, Beatrice.
Thank you. Yeah, I think some of the questions touched upon and the incredible sort of intersectionality of these issues, right? They're all very linked, and it's very hard to separate them from each other. And when we start talking about one problem, we very much often kind of come into the next problems and the next problems and the next problem, and then we all end up with like, well, capitalism, which is basically the root cause to all evil. And it's true, right? That it is very interlinked, and it's so much complexities in that thing. So we have to figure out how to address many different issues, make sure that all of these treaty processes, you know, there's not a one treaty that's going to solve the problems of the world. It's not one movement that is going to fix all of our problems, right? There's going to have to be many different movements, and we see many different movements and many different issues. We have to fix pandemic issues, we have to fix climate change, we have to fix nuclear weapons, we have to fix so many inequalities, gender-based violence, so many different issues. And I think that we have to work together, but also kind of use that intersectionality into the specific issues. So work both together and kind of still push for specific solutions, because I see very often how governments that do not want to do anything take advantage of when the issues become too broad, they divert and they kind of let people debate amongst themselves on exactly which perspective should be the most important and what the problem is. And it like gets them off the hook sometimes. So we have to try to do both, that we do create movements and pushes that are addressing these issues, but still also remain very focused on a specific policy goal and not see that as the only solution that needs to happen, but one of many solutions.
Thank you, Beatrice. So we will push for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty in its own status. Yes, Joni, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. I'll just be very, very brief and thank everyone for their comments and observations. I do believe that it's critically important to understand intersectionality, and as Beatrice has said, and as our other speakers have talked about, and also the extent, as Joyita said, to which fossil fuel dependence and reliance diffuses throughout society. Every single one of us here, and pretty much most people on the planet, are dependent on fossil fuels. So the word transition is the absolutely key word, and of course, just transition, which is a long, slow process. That's the problem. We should have started, Vanessa Nakete this morning at the plenary said she is 25 years old, and this first meeting was 50 years ago, twice her lifespan. We should have started then. We didn't. We should have started it yesterday. We didn't. So what do we have? We have today, and this should be the moment at which we all commit to moving forward on a transition away from fossil fuels with great urgency, but also great care to make sure it's just. So I'll just leave it at that.
Wise words from all of our panelists. Sylvie, I'm not sure you are still there. If you are, please also give your last remark. Or no, I think Sylvie has left us. Well, wonderful. I thank you all so much for joining today's panel. Thank you for all your input. Take this along to your governments here at Stockholm+50. And a warm, warm thank you to all the panelists and experts online and here with us in the room. Thank you. And you are invited for lunch outside. Yes, right here. Thank you.
We're the prompt ones. I feel like we should get a prize. Like, we're here on time. Liz, could you show Liddy where we made the place? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. I hope you enjoyed lunch. For those of you who I haven't met yet or weren't here this morning, my name's Sephora Berman, and I'm the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative and your MC for the day. So welcome back. I want to reflect a little bit on what we heard this morning. So in this afternoon's conversations, we can really build on that knowledge and conversation. It was a really amazing morning. From speaking personally, myself being brought to tears by the passion and dedication and of our opening plenary session, to some really riveting conversations in the concurrent sessions. I want to give you a little bit of information about the concurrent sessions because, of course, you had to choose. It's always so hard. We want to be at both. I want to let you know that all of the sessions today are being live streamed, and the videos are already available on our website, fossilfueltreaty.org. So if you were torn and you missed one concurrent session, you can always go back and watch the live stream. In the session on fossil fuels are a weapon of mass destruction, Svetlana Romanko talked about the Russian invasion being funded and fueled by the sales of coal, oil, and gas, and how, in fact, this type of conflict is taking place all around the world, as well as the ripple effects, the price increases. Svetlana challenged the room to imagine the world if we invested in the green infrastructure we needed rather than the destroying infrastructure. Joni Seeger from Bentley University talked about how there is a petrobromance. That was the first time I heard that term. A petrobromance. We have to recognize as oil, gas, and coal industries are heavily male-dominated. Leadership is male and wealth capture is by men. From CEO to extraction sites are exclusive male sites, which are a danger to women. Intensifying fossil fuel leads to some ridiculous proposals. Joni talked about carbon capture and storage and geoengineering, which are impractical, uneconomic, and rooted in masculinity. Sylvie Negomo, with the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, shared that in Cameroon, oil and conflict are linked. Divisions between English and French regions are exacerbated by debates over control over resources and over investment in security forces. The population does not benefit, and that fuels further insecurity. Fossil fuels are a huge factor on displacement and conflict. It's critical we challenge the patriarchal industry of oil and military and their dominant logic in government and economy. Beatrice Finn from the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons talked about how Russia has undermined international law, but since 1945 we have seen shifts in behavior over time. It doesn't always work, but it does set a standard. It's not a coincidence that the same countries which are challenged with nuclear weapons are also a challenge when it comes to fossil fuel development. She talked about the need to stigmatize fossil fuels as we did with nuclear and draw a line about what is acceptable and not. Start with countries that are most active and don't go to the lowest. She talked about how a treaty shows who is leading and who is lagging, which helps erode power. In the concurrent panel to address how fossil fuels are a top threat to a healthy planet, we heard from the former Archbishop of Sweden, Andreas Weyard, who moved the room with his comments about how it is part of our own enlightened self-interest to protect the earth and live a healthy life. When he was Archbishop, Andreas divested from fossil fuel companies and was the first religious group to do so. It made sense based on moral and theological arguments, yet millions more will suffer due to climate change, which is why the Archbishop and his successor signed the letter from religious leaders calling for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, just as the faith community supported the nuclear proliferation treaty because they could see the world was heading for disaster. I'm very excited to note that we already have over 1,000 faith leaders who have signed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty letter, and that's only just begun the faith initiative. Bavreen Kandahari, with Warrior Moms, addressed the challenge of air pollution from fossil fuels and government's denial about the problem. The evidence is in, yet we give our kids a little poison every day in the form of pollution and accept it as though it's okay. I'm a mom. So. That's why we need to think like a mother, like parents, and start demanding government leadership to get rid of the problem. Johann Rockstrom from the Stockholm Resilience Center is a climate scientist who shared his feeling that it's completely unacceptable to let 8 million people die from fossil fuel pollution every year, which is more than COVID-19, which we decided as a society was not a risk we were willing to live with. The death toll, he said, is enough evidence to draw a line immediately to phase out fossil fuels. There is a new definition of justice. He said, hand over the planet to our children as we inherited it. Rosamund Kissi-Debrah joined us virtually. She's with Breathe Life. She shared her heart-wrenching story of her daughter Ella's premature death. Ella was the first and only person in the world to have air pollution listed as her cause of death on her death certificate. Rosamund is now tirelessly working to advocate for the elimination of air pollution and making clean air a human right. She asked us to all ask the question, what is more important? Fossil fuel development and expansion, or our children? Dr. Arvind Kuman with the India Water Foundation is a doctor who left the operating room and became an advocate when he started seeing black spots on heaving young people's lungs. He's calling on doctors around the world to move into action as governments will not follow through on the commitments without public demand. It was shocking to me, the images he showed of teenagers' lungs, black, who are non-smokers. When we talk about these personal stories from people like Rosamund or from the science, when we listen to the doctors, we often hear people say, this is a tragedy. But it's not. A tragedy is a problem that doesn't have a solution. A tragedy is a problem where we don't know what to do. and people are dying and impacted. This is not a tragedy, it's a scandal. Because a scandal is a problem for which there are solutions which our governments are not acting on. And I think part of why we're here today is to change that. We have the knowledge, we have the science, and we need to create a sense of urgency in our decision makers to stop the expansion and start working together on how to overcome the barriers to ending the expansion of oil, gas, and coal. So, what are we going to do this afternoon together? We're going to now move into, again, 2 simultaneous afternoon panels. In this room, there will be a panel on how coal, oil, and gas risk our relationship with nature, which will include Indigenous leaders sharing thoughts on how Indigenous knowledge must inform climate policies and climate justice work. Upstairs, the conversation will be focused on how international cooperation on fossil fuels can fast-track a just transition, including financing a transition and rethinking the extractive economic development model within a justice lens. After that, we'll come back in plenary together, where again, I'll give a short summary, if you missed one, of the concurrent sessions. And then we're going to move to a plenary discussion with youth, who will share their climate change stories and cover the demands they have for Stockholm+50. And then finally, we're going to hear some lightning pitches by different leaders on what's next. How do we get to a fossil fuel-free future? And then finally, we'll have closing remarks from Alex Rafalowitz, our director of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, as well as Mary Mono-Colio of Pacific Climate Warriors. Just checking to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. No. So now you have a choice to make. I urge you, given the time that we have, we're right on time. You have 3 minutes if you're transitioning upstairs to the other panels. So again, if you're staying here right now, you're staying for the relationship with nature, and upstairs is international cooperation and finance. So please choose your panels now. Thank you so much. I look forward to talking to you again after these sessions. Excuse me, if you're staying in this room, please grab a headset at the back for translation. There are several Spanish speakers, so if you don't speak Spanish, you will need a headset.
Okay, if you need translation from Spanish into English or vice versa and you're staying for this session, make sure to get your headset. We're starting very soon. There are only 3 left, so we're complete. Okay, please have a seat. We'll get started. Welcome to this session. I will be moderating. My name is Lili Fuhr. I come from Berlin, Germany. As of today, I work for the Center for International Environmental Law, CIEL, an NGO headquartered in Washington, D.C. And until yesterday, I was working for the Heinrich Böll Foundation, a German green political foundation. You might have come across me in that capacity. So I have a new role now. And I've also been sitting on the International Steering Committee for the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative for the last 2 years. And I'm very honored and very happy to moderate this session. I think it's a very, very important one. And we have great panelists. The purpose, as Zipporah already explained, is to really understand how indigenous cosmologies, knowledge systems, and values and worldviews should inform not only our analysis of the problem, but our strategies to confront fossil fuels. I was, when I was asked to facilitate, very happy to do it, but when I was looking at the title of the session, How Coal, Oil, and Gas Risk Our Relationship with Nature, I was a bit puzzled thinking about it for a while. Maybe you're puzzled as well. Coal, oil, and gas are nature, right? We are nature. So what is it that we're talking about? I think this very title of the session expresses some of the confusion that some of us might feel on that topic. And I hope that in the course of this session, we'll begin to explore the various dimensions of that. So we'll be talking about worldviews, underlying assumptions, values, knowledge systems, and power dynamics in this conversation. We need to be really on time. Some of the panelists have to leave to go to a next session right after. So I'll be fairly strict with the time management, but try and see that, as we had in this morning's session, I think that worked well. Maybe have one question from the floor for each panelist right after they speak, to make it a little bit more interactive. And I will introduce our speakers, our panelists here as they come on stage. 3 really great, powerful women. Very excited to have an all-female panel here. We will start with Nemonte Nenkimo from Amazon Frontlines. Nemonte is a Waorani woman, a mother, a leader. And she's dedicated her life to defend the indigenous ancestral territory and the cultural survival in the Amazon rainforest. She's also the co-founder of the indigenous-led non-profit organization Seibo Alliance and its sister organization Amazon Frontlines. She's the first female president of the Waorani organization of Pastaza province and the winner of the Goldman Environmental Prize, amongst many, many others. I'm not going to go into that full list. Nemonte, please, you first have the stage.
Mi nombre es Nemonte. Soy mujer
you want to stand here?
Sí, yeah? Mejor parada.
I think it's nicer.
Pongo eso atrás, eso. Sí. Para, ¿o no? Ah, ya. Bueno, mi nombre es Nemonte Nenkimo. Soy una mujer Waorani y Amazonía del Ecuador. Nosotros somos mi pueblo Waorani son hace 60 años atrás contacto que hicimos a civilización. De los pueblos del Ecuador somos el último contacto que hemos hecho al mundo occidental. Pero nosotros vivimos en nuestro territorio armonía, con mucha conexión con la naturaleza espiritual, sanación con las plantas medicinales y nuestro idioma y nuestra cultura. Todavía tenemos, yo soy una mujer joven, líder, aprendido muchos de mi pueblo mirando la lideresa de las mujeres y de los hombres, de los niños, porque gracias a la selva tenemos ese conocimiento y vivimos armonía y colectivamente. No somos pueblo individualismo, que cada quien vive. Nosotros todavía tenemos esa selva armonía. Vivimos conexión con lo espiritual, vivimos conectado con los animales y también vivimos un ambiente sano, el agua limpia. Eso nosotros queremos para que podamos vivir bien. En realidad, yo me siento muy orgullosa de representar a mi pueblo guaraní y tener este idioma, este conocimiento para enseñar a ustedes. Yo creo que ustedes que están enfrente, sus abuelos, sus antiguos, lo mismo tenían igual como nosotros tenemos ahora. Y por eso es muy importante de representar y explicar de lo que estamos viviendo. Nosotros, pueblo guaraní, somos historiadores, contamos oralmente, cantamos y somos de la risa. No somos guaraní que somos callados, siempre somos muy divertidos, reímos, compartimos y ayudamos uno con otro. No podemos quedar en la casa callado. Si una familia está enferma, todas las mujeres se vamos a cuidar, a proteger, a sanar. Eso tenemos todavía nosotros. Por eso estoy aquí, he aprendido sabiduría de los ancestros, seguimos teniendo y no queremos que pierda esa sabiduría. Bueno, de contacto a civilización ha cambiado un poco a nuestro territorio. De evangelización, trayendo culturas ajenas, diciendo nuestra creencia que es un diablo, es un pecado, han hecho tener miedo. Y desde ahí llegó las enfermedades de polio, sarampión, la muerte primera vez en el territorio amazónico, mi cultura. Yo creo que antes de civilización, mi padre, puedo contar una historia de mi padre. Yo siento orgulloso de mi padre. Mi padre es uno de los que vivió en la selva sin conocer al mundo externo, así civilización. Vivió tranquilamente en su naturaleza, con sus espíritus, conexión de curar con las plantas, vivir recolectando las frutas naturales, pescando, cazando con los animales. Mi papá todavía vive. Él me hace entender, él es una guía cada día que dice, hija, tú tienes que defender lo que defiende. La tierra, miles de años, ha dado vida a nuestros pueblos, a todo el mundo en lo que respiramos también. Mi papá dice eso. Es muy importante. Pero ahora en esa llegada de civilización, en la Amazonía vivimos una amenaza grande, muy grande. ¿Por qué digo eso? La amenaza llega petróleo, contaminación en nuestro territorio, invasión a nuestro territorio, desforestación de las maderas, ensuciar nuestros ríos. Y eso nos ha preocupado bastante como mujer. Toda la historia, toda la sabiduría que he enseñado como mujer he representado sentir orgullosa de defender y estar primera línea. ¿Para qué estoy defendiendo? Para mis hijos, para mis nietos que pueden vivir armonía y libertad y alegría sin enfermedad a nuestro territorio. También no solamente es lucha para los pueblos, es para el mundo que estamos viviendo. Yo creo que es mucha pena que acordarles que escuché científico estudio. Yo creo que los pueblos indígenas sabían eso por miles, siglos, años, que era el peligro. Por eso ellos no habían desforestación muy grande. Vivían, pescaban de consumo, trabajaban y cuidaban y protegían, porque sabían que la tierra madre nos da vida. La tierra madre no espera que salvemos, que respetemos. Y nuestros conocimientos, nuestra sabiduría es que lo enseñó de respetarla. Por eso es muy importante luchar, proteger. Pero nosotros, yo quiero contar una historia muy brevemente. Nuestro territorio donde yo vivo, en comunidad guaraní de Pastaza, el gobierno de Ecuador, Quito, quería negociar con Bloque 22, sin consultar. Y eso era terrible. Nosotros empezamos a luchar, que nuestro territorio ha venido dando mucha vida y tenemos que defender. No queremos. Nosotros exigimos como mujeres, trabajamos haciendo mapas, diseñando, diciendo al gobierno, no, nuestro territorio tiene que consultar con el sentimiento porque estamos viviendo, nosotros somos mujeres guardianes, vivimos ahí, no se puede violar, no se puede violentar. Como al igual a las mujeres, el hombre no pueden violar, porque las mujeres damos amor, cariño, protegemos nuestra vida, los hijos, y es igual la tierra madre necesita respeto. No está esperando que salvemos la tierra madre, es un frágil, sencilla. La tierra madre está esperando que respetemos. Para eso, yo quiero finalizar antes de terminar el minuto. Yo creo que la tierra madre que nos ha dado vida no solamente es para pueblos indígenas, es para todo el mundo que estamos viviendo. Yo quiero hacer una pregunta. Si nuestros hijos en el futuro quieren vivir como ahora vivimos en un ambiente libre, entonces, ¿qué esperan que los pueblos indígenas en la Amazonía del Ecuador, en el mundo que estamos defendiendo, desafiando nuestra vida, la gente de industria que poco tiempo que civilizó está devastando a la tierra, está violando a la tierra? La tierra no necesita que estemos salvando, la tierra que necesita respetemos. La tierra es muy sencilla, que nos ha dado vida, comida, el aire, el agua. Entonces, para mí es un mensaje, quiero dar muy profundo, eso me da mucha tristeza. La industria de la sociedad moderna ha causado y amenaza al territorio, al mundo, no solamente donde yo vivo. Eso tienen que sacrificar la gente de ciudad moderna, lo que invierten en el petróleo, en lo que hace daño, en lo que causa en el medio ambiente. Eso tienen que disminuir, tienen que relacionarse con la naturaleza, con la tierra. Eso va a ser un cambio. Si no, ¿de qué estamos hablando? De vivir, buen vivir, de vivir, dar fruto a nuestros hijos. Por eso yo quiero decir a todo el mundo, ¿qué esperan? Nosotros como pueblos indígenas queremos que asumen la responsabilidad. Nosotros sentimos que sí somos indígenas, luchamos, estamos de pie. Yo como mujer, yo no he venido a pedir dinero, ni política, ni los poderes van a salvar a la tierra. Necesito como mujer que desafíen y sacrifiquen y ya basta de consumir fósiles que destruyen a la selva, y eso nos haría cambio. Si no, ¿de qué estamos hablando futuro? De vivir. Eso yo doy mensaje y muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I think that was such a great speech, and there was so much to take from already, including the need to respect life, to take care of each other and ourselves, to enjoy the good life, but to also learn how to tell stories and listen to stories. And I also heard you talk about the need for the older generations to support the young ones, and their list is probably much, much longer from what we can just learn from that short speech. Thank you so much. We'll take one short question to Nemonte at this point before we go to the next speaker. So raise your hand if you want to speak, and then introduce yourself. Anyone? Don't be shy. Zipporah.
Thank you so much, Nemonte. I note that Koika and others are now working on this proposal for 80 by 25 that just passed at the IUCN, and I was wondering, it seems to incorporate a number of the principles that I've heard you talking about of what you envision a solution looks like. And I was wondering what you and your nation are thinking about the 80 by 25 proposal. And
That's
then
the Amazon protection.
that 80
protection
by
of the
25
Amazon.
is a proposal that was just recently passed and in a motion at the IUCN that was put forward by COICA, the Federation of Indigenous Nations in the entire Amazon, to protect 80% of the Amazon by 2025 as part of the global 30 by 30 commitment. And then secondly, I was wondering if there are specific actions that you would like us to take or initiatives that you would like to highlight. If I was to do one thing when I leave here to support your work, what would that be?
Thank you. Maybe we keep that last question to the end of the panel and give it to everyone, because that's a great closing question, but I'll let you answer the first.
¿Respondo ahora? Sí. Bueno, el COICA es representativa de toda región a nivel país, pero todavía ellos están por sentar de proteger, pero en realidad veo una parte como más es como política, pero realmente nosotros estamos de este territorio luchando. Nosotros no vemos como, eso a mí me cuesta bastante de decir como mujer. Últimos 5 años yo me he encabezado primera vez una mujer líder enfrentar contra el petróleo, que hicimos un fallo histórico al Ecuador. Cuando estuvieron los líderes hombres, era un desafío grande para mi pueblo. No escuchaban, ellos llegaban a ser líder y con el gobierno sientan a negociar. Eso era un desafío que no ven importancia, ven el dinero y negocian. Y por eso una parte en la Amazonía donde vivimos sí existe petrolera, porque eran representantes hombres. Pero en mi caso, yo como mujer, ¿por qué estoy al frente? Estoy para la vida y por mis hijos, para el futuro. Yo me preocupé y dije que yo tomo de la decisión de mis ancestros, de mis abuelas que me enseñaron. Esa decisión tomé y yo organicé, encabecé de llegar con el gobierno y hizo un fallo histórico, no solamente para el pueblo indígena de Guaraní, sino precedente quedó para todo el pueblo del Ecuador y para otros pueblos en el país. Y eso debe ser. Y eso debe ser consultado desde la base, desde comunidad directa a trabajar. A veces, muchas veces es un desafío que una organización plantean desde la ciudad, pero no saben dónde plantear. Por eso por la necesidad de que gente sepan, yo he hecho una fundación, Alianza Seibo, que realmente están trabajando directamente con las comunidades, con apoyo con gente de diferentes países en Amazon Frontline. Eso ha sido un apoyo directo, accionar y dar un producto hacia las comunidades, no afuera, hacia las comunidades, fortaleciendo el liderazgo. Pero vamos a ver si COICA realmente ahora han puesto esfuerzo para llegar y también concluir, para trabajar junto en la mesa, va a ser más fuerte que nunca a las comunidades.
Thank you. We're not having another question right now, sorry. We'll take you later. Now we'll go to our next panelist here, to our next speaker, and I'm just realizing that there is actually still one more speaker on the list, on the slide here, who had to cancel short notice today. So Christina is not joining us, in case you're wondering. So this is our complete panel. Ina Maria Shikongo, you're next. You're here with the Ilulu Permaculture Initiative. You're an artist, a fashion designer, and an activist who celebrates the power of being an African woman. You're from Namibia, and I also know, and many of us here in the room know, that you're deeply engaged in the fight against fossil fuels in your country and in the world. So very welcome here, and the floor is yours. Would you like to come here? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm so short. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm Ina Maria Shikongo from Namibia, and aside from what our wonderful moderator said, I would just like to add what actually brought me here. Namibia has been independent for 32 years now. I lost a father in the war. I was born a refugee. And we got our independence after the wall fell, after capitalism, colonialism, I love that word, capitalism and communism decided that they will try and work together. So in September 2020, when we read that there was a company from Canada that was going to start gas and oil explorations in the Kavango Basin. And what that made me think is, or what that made me feel is, it took me back to my past. We just got independence 30 years. And I know what fossil fuels do because I have been helping other campaigners, like the ones in Nigeria, to amplify what was happening there. And for me, it was a déjà vu again, the white man coming to tell us what we need. The repetition of colonialism again. The Kavango region is situated in northeastern Namibia. Namibia is a very dry country, surrounded by 2 deserts, and this area is a biodiversity hotspot, beautiful area. And being a desert, we have to preserve our water sources. When I read this, I saw so much coming back to me of what happened to me as a refugee, of having lost my father, who supposedly died for me to have a better future. So what future is this company giving me? I might not be from the Kavango region, but I do have San ancestry. And according to the science, the San people are the ones with the oldest DNA. And it is also around the area that we believe is the cradle of humanity. I myself, I am very much interested, and I've been teaching myself a lot in terms of traditional medicine. And if these people are taking it away from me, who is going to teach me if they are going to be impacting these people that are literally defenseless? The San people have been colonized over the centuries by the Bantus who moved from Central Africa. They've been put into reserves by the apartheid regime in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana. And now this company is going to abuse their land so they can make themselves rich. Again, the repetition of colonialism. Why I'm here is because I am tired of the narrative that Western countries impose on us. We don't need your oil. We don't need your gas. We have been surviving for centuries, for thousands of years, living in harmony with our environments. Greenwashing, lying, just so that they can put the money in their pockets. Global North countries owe Global South countries a lot. We have built these nations. Our people were massacred. We only talk about Nazi genocides. We never talk about the genocides that former colonizers have imposed on our people. Yes, we talk about loss and damages. But when do we talk about justice for our people? How do we expect people that have been living the way that they are living until today to even survive? Namibia is a dry country. That is one of the main water sources that actually sustain Namibia. And now it is being taken away thanks to government support, thanks to ghosting of communities, ghosting people for profits. I want justice for my people, not only for the people in Kavango, for the people in the Ogoni lands. I want justice for all indigenous nations because I know we have the solutions that we need in order to facilitate a just transition, because we know how to survive. But the narrative from the global north that imposes their ethics that are built on divide and rule and conquer, telling us that we don't know how to live off our lands, that is wrong. We are people just like anyone else in this room. We have values. The Kavango Basin hosts the largest population of the African elephants, not to mention the other endangered species. It is a paradise. I know I would love you to come before these Canadians destroy it. And I would like to ask Justin Trudeau as well, who calls himself a climate leader, and yet his companies are destroying livelihoods of people. I'm not only talking about Namibia, I am also talking about Vaca Muerta in Argentina. Why is he allowing this to happen to our people? Is it because we are not white enough? Does the whiteness not make us people? I don't understand. We have a lot to learn from each other as people from the global north and the global south. We cannot just be talking about transition for the global north. Even right now, when we are looking at the Russian invasion, we are seeing a shift where we see global north countries, Germany going to Senegal for gas and oil, the EU reaching out to Nigeria, Congo, the other country that has also been Angola, Mozambique as well. They are coming for us right now. Because Russia has cut off, I feel like now they are coming to finish off my continent. Whereas we have built the global north. If we talk about the USA, yes, there was slave trade. Let's talk about colonialism. Resources were taken from our lands so they can provide the comforts that we are enjoying right now. Is that fair that we need to continue paying for that? Don't we deserve a future as well? My children deserve a future. You deserve to see the Kavango. We deserve a just transition for everyone. And whatever happens in Kavango will not stay in Kavango. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ina. Thank you so much. Again, I've noted down a few things that I personally just took from this short but very powerful speech that you gave. I heard you talk about the need to preserve beauty. You talked about paradise. And you didn't phrase it like that, but what I took from what you said was that we can live without oil and gas, but we cannot live without clean water, but we can live from the land and territories. And that we need to talk about the injustices of the past and how they connect it to current injustices if we truly want to call for climate justice and a just transition today, to make those connections, to learn about the past injustices, and to actually bring them and show how they still matter today and how they're still present today. Thank you for sharing all of that. Again, one question for Ina right now. Juvelis, do you still want to go? Okay.
Ya me arrepentí. Yo no creo que tenga una pregunta para ustedes, sino más bien como expresarle en serio mi admiración. Nosotros en mi pueblo, en Puerto Wilches, la magia del petróleo, la devastación del petróleo, podríamos llamarle más que la magia para el gobierno, y todo el engaño que eso trajo, eliminó a nuestros indígenas. Los cazaban y les daban dinero a los colonizadores por cada cabeza de indígena yariguí, porque para ellos nosotros significábamos solamente una plaga de indios, que estaban en un territorio que para ellos solamente significaba dinero. Para nosotros Puerto Wilches era y es ahorita la tierra del agua, de la vida, de las mujeres que resistimos y que vivimos ahí, y también ahorita de los jóvenes que estamos buscando nuestras raíces, que estamos intentando recuperarlas, que estamos peleando porque no nos sigan asesinando, que estamos diciendo que en esa tierra de oro y sol y agua, estamos gente de río, gente que va a resistir y que va a pelear todos los días de su vida porque somos yariguíes, porque somos indígenas que valemos la pena, porque somos guerreros, porque somos personas que también bailan y se ríen, y porque merecemos que nuestro territorio también tenga vida. Porque si no tiene vida Puerto Wilches, nosotros tampoco. Los territorios son una vida, y antes que pensar en cualquier otra cosa económica, debemos pensar en nosotros también como un territorio de paz y en nosotros también como un territorio de vida que va a resistir y que sigue resistiendo. Así que, en serio, gracias. Gracias de verdad.
Thank you for adding that. I'll introduce our third speaker here, Anoshka Violeta Irei Cameno from Fenamat, an indigenous leader of the Harabukt people of Madre de Dios in the Peruvian Amazon, so from Peru. She's a council member of Fenamat, that is the federation that represents the 37 indigenous communities in that river basin, that was already founded in 1982. Very, very happy and honored to have you here. Would you like to come up, speak here? Thank you.
Uruanda o Sigate, Ayatanda, Oput Momaenin y Yoguairi. Muy buenas tardes. Vengo en representación a la Federación Nativa de Río Madre de Dios. He saludado en mi idioma. Muchas gracias. El espacio que nos ponen aquí, para nosotras no es fácil. Soy de Perú, de mi comunidad Macenagua, del pueblo Harakbut. Mis padres fueron el primer contacto inicial del pueblo Harakbut en el año 50, por lo cual represento y soy defensora de territorio, área territorio de Fenamat. Quiero compartir en esta oportunidad porque se ha creado la Fenamat para proteger los derechos humanos, derechos colectivos de nuestra región. Y es por esto, creo que no tenemos ayuda, apoyo para que a nosotros nos puedan respetar el mismo gobierno y vulneran nuestros derechos. Nuestro territorio está superpuestas con empresas mineras, empresas madereras, empresa petrolera. Voy a hablar sobre el petróleo, la empresa que está posicionado en la Reserva Comunal La Maracaere, RCA, en el lote 76. Somos parte del ECA. Mi pueblo, Harakbut, corre riesgo, por lo cual no queremos contaminación. En algún momento hemos estado en contra de la empresa, haciendo frente con nuestras armas, con nuestras flechas para defender a nuestro territorio. Por lo cual estamos muy indignados, muy molestos, porque el mismo Estado nos ha puesto a nosotros policías resguardo. Ellos son protegidos, pero los pueblos indígenas amazónicos de la Amazonía, mujeres y varones que estamos en esta labor muy importante, que es un rol de liderar mujeres para defender nuestro territorio, están siendo afectados. La están matando, la están depredando, deforestando, y es un crimen que están haciendo a nuestra Amazonía peruana, más que todo a la minería ilegal y al petróleo. Nosotros no queremos petróleo. Muchos a nosotros nos tildan como opositores del desarrollo, pero plantar una empresa maderera, una empresa petrolera no es desarrollo para nosotros. Como indígenas estamos indignados, estamos muy molestos, por lo cual siempre la vamos a proteger, siempre la vamos a hacer respetar, les guste o no. Pero sin embargo, quiero compartir, espero que me alcance el tiempo. Nosotros como pueblo Harakmut nos hemos levantado para sacarle la empresa dentro de ese lote 76, pero sin embargo el Estado les ha resguardado y teníamos una amenaza incluso de disparos. Hemos hecho enfrentamientos, nos ha tirado bombas lacrimógenas, hemos sufrido ataques verbales, psicológico, moral, por lo cual nuestros recursos es riqueza, sí, pero no es para que lo maten, lo deforesten. Y creo que necesitamos respeto a los pueblos indígenas. Por eso es que la FENAMAT pone frente a todo esto, porque el gobierno recibe fondos, pero sin embargo poco o nada hacen por los pueblos indígenas para proteger a las comunidades nativas. Estamos en riesgos, nos quieren desaparecer, pero el nativo, los indígenas no morimos, y difícil, y jamás vamos a retroceder. Por más petroleras, por más empresas que haya, no queremos nosotros, el desarrollo para nosotros no es poner concreto, pistas, no es poner carreteras donde están los hermanos en aislamiento voluntario, Piazzi. Los hermanos necesitan respeto, un reconocimiento, porque es una cultura viva dentro de la Amazonía peruana en Madre de Dios. Estoy muy halagada, gracias por este espacio, y la verdad que con todo el respeto de nuestra madre naturaleza, con su cariño y el amor de mis ancestros, estoy aquí, y por eso comparto esta preocupación tan grande que tenemos. Es una amenaza para nosotros, las empresas, y no queremos morir con enfermedades que pueden infectarnos, matar nuestra flora y fauna. Quisiéramos poder hacer mucho, pero poco hacen por nosotros. Eso yo comparto, y quisiera que ustedes tomen en conciencia la naturaleza a nosotros nos da vida, nos da educación, nos da salud, porque nosotros sacamos nuestra medicina. En plena pandemia, los pueblos indígenas nos hemos preparado. También tenemos ivermectina, tenemos soluciones para el comando matico. Hay plantaciones que han hecho bien a nuestra salud en plena pandemia, pero nada de eso ha habido tregua en los trabajos que hacen la deforestación. Más se metieron al bosque, depredando, deforestando, metiéndose al terreno, a la tierra donde no debe meterse, porque ahí están los hermanos en aislamiento voluntario. Están los hermanos con todo, siempre FENAMAT va a estar en pie de lucha, porque nuestro territorio es nuestra casa, nuestra vida, nuestras aguas es lo primordial. Eso jamás vamos a dejar, y daré mi vida, porque estoy amenazada como lideresa, como represento a la FENAMAT, saben, me hacen seguimientos, amenazas por celulares, amenazas físicas, y que creo que estoy aquí para dar a conocer a ustedes. Y eso es lo que debo decir. Quizás hay muchas cosas por decir, porque me siento indignada. Por eso traigo en mi espalda a mi madre, que cuando tenía 18 años, ella fue civilizada y mucha honra, indígena para toda la vida de corazón. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stay seated here because I feel stronger sitting next to these strong women here. Thank you so much. Again, so much you've shared. Thank you for that. I'll give you a second to, Yeah, I've seen you just in a second. I think the strongest point that I personally take from the story and your speech is that we need more defenders around the world to defend all territories and all life on Earth, but that's difficult when people are disconnected from their lands, and it's also difficult when people who are defending their territories are threatened, so they need our protection, and all our support. And that we don't need development, but recognition and respect and the right to implement our own solutions. So that's something that I strongly take from your speech. Thank you so much. So we still have about 10 minutes for more short interventions and questions to the panelists. So maybe we take, let's see, 3 maybe, and then see if we can get more. So start in the back, and then Srida, and then in the front. And briefly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hola, bueno, quería agradecerte por compartirnos tu experiencia. Soy del país hermano de Argentina, formo parte de Fridays for Future, el movimiento juvenil climático, y de Climate Save Movement. Y quería pedirte que puedas compartir con nosotros tu opinión en cuanto a este nuevo Green New Deal o el nuevo Acuerdo Verde. Muchas empresas, muchos gobiernos vienen acá a proponer una nueva forma de transición energética que incluye el litio, que es un problema que estamos viviendo entre Argentina, Perú y Chile, donde recientemente se creó la Cámara Latinoamericana de Litio y que está destruyendo los salares en nuestra región, grandes humedales, donde también hay pueblos originarios. Entonces quería saber tu opinión al respecto y qué mensaje tendrías para dejarles a quienes vienen a promover ese tipo de transición energética. Gracias.
Hola. Uno es que tenemos el convenio 169 de la OIT. No hay respeto, no hay consulta previa, primero. Número 1, ni consentimiento a los pueblos indígenas. Eso es lo que pasa con los gobiernos, con el Estado. El otro que quiero tal vez anticipar y decirles es que COICA, la FENAMAT, es miembro de la UICN y que el 8025 vamos a hacer un lanzamiento en agosto que tenemos una fecha que ya se ha visto para que participen las 9 regiones nacionales en Perú, y eso va a ser el primer lanzamiento que va a ser, porque para nosotros nos interesa la protección, proteger a nuestra Amazonía, a nuestro bosque y también a los líderes. Y eso es que dejo el mensaje que nuestra Amazonía es lo más importante, no solamente es nuestros recursos, sino la vida que estamos en persecución, incluso a la organización que nos está haciendo contrademanda para que incluso los fiscales están de acuerdo, ayudando a la empresa que está haciendo una demanda para destituir a la federación, a nuestra organización. Pero sin embargo, nosotros como organización vamos a seguir adelante con esto porque necesitamos un equipo legal formalmente para que nosotros podamos hacer una acción, un amparo a nivel mundial, por todos lados queremos ese viable para poder hacer nuestra acción y respeto.
Thank you. Here. Who was? Can you raise it? Yeah.
Thank you, all of you. My name is Srida. I come from India, and I work in the last 3 decades, I've been working with Adivasis, or indigenous people in India, who are affected by coal mining and other sorts of mining. My request to you is to suggest how, this narrative that we know the answer and this is how you have to follow, rather than falling into time and again, the ways of just transition. Who has to transition? It's not the indigenous people who have to make the transition. It is the rest of the people who have to make transition. So how do we, really, emphasize that and say that this is the answer, follow us? I want your opinion and...
Who wants to? Do you want to react? You want to? Sí. ¿Quieres hablar? Sí.
La respuesta ¿Aló? ¿Escucha? La respuesta es como, esto es como la resistencia a pueblos. Yo creo que de fósiles que vienen a destruir son el capitalismo de industria de afuera. Por eso mismo yo di el recurso que nosotros pueblos indígenas no tenemos la responsabilidad. La responsabilidad es el sistema de capitalismo aquí, el sistema de industria. Por eso yo le dije que hay que sacrificar su industria, lo que está afectando a la Amazonía, a todas partes, para poder hablar cambio climático, detener para el futuro. Si no, ¿de qué estamos hablando? Claro, obviamente vamos a ser directamente afectados como indígena, el agua, la vida, la cultura pierde y también nos afecta a todo el mundo. Eso es como, ya no pongamos, por ejemplo, los políticos, muy buena pregunta lo que hizo la compañera, los líderes, los políticos representativos vienen como decir, la Amazonía van a defender siempre. Es como político, la política no va a salvar la vida. La vida han salvado resistiendo los pueblos indígenas por siglos, años, han respetado a la tierra madre. Y tampoco la tierra madre no está esperando que salvemos. La tierra madre es frágil, solo necesita respeto. Hacia todas las sociedades que estamos aquí, empecemos a escuchar, sacrificar y trabajar y poner al lado, luchar con los indígenas, juntos. Ya no esperemos, línea, que sean la cara de indígena, vengan a estar hablando de lucha. Nosotros estamos realmente viviendo amenazada en línea frente, entregando nuestras vidas, muerte o vida, así es. Para mí, yo no tengo miedo de morir. Yo siempre salí, cuando hice en demanda contra el Estado ecuatoriano, salí con mi mano, dije, si yo muero, muero orgullosamente porque el futuro le dejo para mis hijos. Y salí. Y así debe ser, nosotros estamos sacrificando a las mujeres en primer línea en el mundo. Y para eso tenemos que trabajar y ya dejar de relacionarse con la tierra, con la gente, con la cultura. Si no, no sirve esa opinión de venir charlando y perdiendo tiempo. Para mí es eso. Eso daría respuesta.
I will just add on to that. In my regards, I would like to see the former colonizers being held accountable for the crimes that they have committed. Because there was never any accountability, and because we always shy away from the subject, it is easy for them to continue these practices because it is colonialism, still neo-colonialism. That is why we say development for us is the continuation of these practices that have been suppressing our voices, our people, so they can benefit others. So colonizers have to be held accountable. And the time is now. They owe us. We don't owe them nothing. We don't want the oil. We don't want the lithium. We want nothing from them. We have friends from the global north. We are friends amongst us. Indigenous nations globally, we have the same characteristics, the same practices. We are united. And today, we are asking for accountability. These companies need to leave our lands. That is all I have to add. And colonialism.
Thank you. We had one last question here, if it can be brief, because we'll have to close soon.
Thank you, gracias. Maybe it's a way to kind of weave different threads on how, as white Westerners, how can we be in solidarity, how can we resist? So I'd love your thoughts on strategies around money, like divestment, which is currently working quite well, I think, around the EACOP pipeline, the East Crude Oil Pipeline, across different African countries, as well as shareholder activism. Like, what do you think as these practices that we can do, as I can do, as a white person, using our financial institutions? Thank you.
Thank you. That is a very broad question, I have to say, a very important one, but we could have an entire conference day. Is there one thing that one person wants to share? Yeah.
Esa pregunta yo he venido, ¿aló? ¿Escucha? Esa pregunta yo he venido sufriendo mucho en global. Muchas de las veces, a veces, los invierten en petróleo, donde destruye la vida misma para los indígenas y para todo el mundo que vivimos en ese planeta. ¿Qué sería mejor que invierten en las organizaciones donde estamos trabajando para conservar el territorio, conservar nuestra lengua? No solamente territorio. El indígena tenemos todo, lineamiento, conocimiento, nuestro idioma, nuestros cantos, nuestra medicina. Y también sería muy bueno no solamente entregar dinero y ya, también queremos que nos haga una alianza de lucha. Es muy importante, no esperen que la lucha tiene que ser para los pueblos allá. Nosotros pueblos indígenas somos 50% minoría y el bosque es más grande, la mitad, 100% más diversidad y riquezas y milenarias que tenemos, y eso nos está dando oxígeno y el agua que estamos viviendo. Si dejamos, no hacemos acción junto con ustedes, eso termina, nos afecta a todo el mundo. Cambio climático, enfermedades nuevas, ¿y qué vamos a hacer? No va a haber solución. Eso sería que trabajemos con las sociedades, con ustedes. No esperen que trabajo sea para indígena. De lo que hacemos, hacemos la vida de nuestras futuras generaciones.
Yo también voy a responder. Gracias. El desarrollo para nosotros también es dependiendo a nuestra manera. Nosotros los pueblos indígenas también necesitamos la economía indígena, ¿no? Entonces que se trabaja de acuerdo con las organizaciones que tenemos representativas, porque ellos nos tienen que capacitar y nosotras como mujeres hacer emprendimientos, la soberanía, la seguridad alimentaria, entonces ser capacitadas, hacer mejoras en nuestras comunidades mismos, no con infraestructura, pero siempre con esa consulta y depende digamos a una indígena realmente que quiere progresar, pero a su estilo, a su modo, a la forma. No queremos que nos impongan y digan, yo quiero que hagas esto y toma acá está. No, sino nosotros hacer un estudio específico, el impacto que va a ocasionar, ¿no? Entonces queremos progresar, sí, pero a nuestro criterio, a nuestra forma, queremos prepararnos en lo que es turismo. Queremos prepararnos para hacer artesanías. O sea, hay criterios y también queremos progresar. Queremos mover nuestra propia economía indígena en nuestras propias comunidades y organizaciones.
Thank you. So, to close, just to close, Zipporah asked what is the one thing you here want us to do. We can't really have you answer that now. I can say that I would like for all of us to get out of here and bring this conversation into the mainstream conversation of the next 2 days, because it is not on the agenda. And voices such as the ones we've heard here, those perspectives are not at the table when people, governments negotiate their text for Stockholm+50. And as someone once told me, when you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And, life on Earth cannot be on the menu. So let's make sure that we carry these conversations into the mainstream, into the main debates of the next couple of days. Thank you so much for being here with us, and good luck for all of your important work, and be safe. Thank you.
say, as a moderator, you can be here at the podium if you want, or you want to sit there, that's fine. You might just tweet it out. But I don't know, maybe because it will be crowded whenever it's like your turn to speak, you can come up and do it from the thing. Do you know what I mean? It might. Yeah, it might just look better. Sorry.
No worries. Yes, they will work. No worries. All right. Welcome back, everybody. And I should have earlier said welcome to all of those from around the world who have been joining us on the live stream. We've been noticing people in all different parts of the world joining at very odd times in order to watch in real time. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Sephora Berman, and I'm the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, and your MC for the day. I want to mention again that all of the concurrent panels have been live streamed, and those videos are already available on the Fossil Fuel Treaty website. So if you missed something this afternoon, I know a lot of you are running back and forth to the People Summit and other things, you'll be able to watch those panels later. I also wanted to mention to you that this morning, we've had a busy day here at the Fossil Fuel Treaty. This morning, this report was released on the eve of Stockholm+50. Called Fueling Failure, and this report looks in depth at each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and how fossil fuel expansion and development and emissions are threatening our ability to achieve progress on those 17 goals. So there are some copies outside and available online on our website of that report that was released this morning by the Fossil Fuel Treaty, but also in partnership with so many amazing organizations from around the world. Okay, so the agenda for the rest of the day is very exciting and ambitious. We'll first hear from youth leaders from around the globe about their views on what needs to be done at Stockholm+50 and beyond to address the pervasive risk of oil, gas, and coal. That will be followed by a session where a number of speakers will pitch their solutions and ideas. Then we'll move into the closing session and a small reception here, and then of course we encourage you all to join the rally this afternoon. We'll have more information about it later. We have gathered a really impressive group of panelists today who will share ideas and demands that youth from diverse movements and regions are making towards Stockholm+50. So without further ado, I'm thrilled to introduce Mitzi Janelle Tan, who will be your guide for this session. Mitzi is a full-time climate justice activist with Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, the counterpart for Fridays for Future in their country. They are also an organizer with Fridays for Future International and part of the steering committee of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. They're committed to fighting alongside the most marginalized towards a system that prioritizes people and the planet and not profit. Mitzi, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hello. Test. Hi, everyone. So we're going to keep this one a little bit more casual. As a youth panel, we do like to be a bit youthful. So we're all going to be sitting here, and it's going to be a conversation, and we'd like to invite everyone to join us in this conversation. So at the end of our moderated panel, there will be time for questions, and we'd love to hear from you guys. But as Tipora already mentioned, I am part of Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, which is a really long name, and I am part of the steering committee of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is, I think, even a longer name. But maybe that means that we're, shorter steps towards climate justice if you have long names. But to introduce my co-panelists, I'm so honored and privileged to be alongside such amazing people from across the globe. So first we have Xie Bastida, is a climate justice activist and co-founder of Re-Earth Initiative with an Otomi Toltec background who advocates for centering of frontline communities in climate policy. Then next to her we have Zuhair Ahmed Kaushik from Stockholm+50 Youth Task Force and EarthDay.org. So he co-founded the Youth Environment and Social Development Society in 2015, which is a youth-led nonprofit organization to empower young leaders to play critical and competitive roles in sustainable development through climate actions. Then we have, beside him, Farzana Farooq Jumu from Fridays for Future Bangladesh. She's a climate justice activist based in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and has been working with Fridays for Future Bangladesh and International and promoting the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty in a lot of her work. And next, last but not least, we have Kalo Afeaki, who is a Tongan, Maori, and Palangi descent and is the coordinator of the Pacific Climate Warriors. So at this transition, at this pre-summit for a global just transition, I'd like to assume that everyone in the room understands just how bad fossil fuels are. If we have anyone from the fossil fuel industry here, I'd like to maybe, because the summit next door is the Asian Development Bank, which is actually funding a lot of fossil fuels. So maybe if they can hear us, maybe they'll learn a thing or two about what actual development looks like. But I wanted to start the session with a question to Shie about the fossil fuel extraction and how it's harmful to people's daily lives. I feel like so often we see and understand and talk about the macro level, the impacts of fossil fuel industries on climate impacts, the destruction that's happening in our countries, in our communities. But what does it look like on the individual scale?
Hello. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here. Thank you, Mitzi, for the wonderful introduction and for keeping it light with humor. That's also very needed. I'm so honored to share this space with my wonderful co-panelists and to see so many youth in the audience as well. Like Mitzi said, I'm part of the Otomi Toltec indigenous community, which is an indigenous group in the highlands of central Mexico, which means that I was raised with a kind of worldview that is different from most of my friends and most of the people that are in my life in the US. That's where I go to school. That worldview is one of reciprocity. If we take, we must give back. It's a worldview of intergenerational cooperation, a worldview where we practice the 7-generation principle. Every decision that we make has to be done with the past 7 generations' wisdom to ensure the stability of the future 7 generations. And it's really a shame that we have not been looking at the world in this way. Even with the 50 years of Stockholm, that's still just 1 or 2 generations there. We are not counting the wisdom and everything that the future has to offer for our children. And so with this worldview, I know that we don't only need system change, but we need a change in spirituality, in our connection to Mother Earth. And I think that spaces like this can bring in that indigenous worldview and bridge it with Western legal systems to ultimately protect Mother Earth, because that is what we are really missing, the essence, the emotions, the stories. And only with that can you move people, only with that can we make an impact. But that is not enough to legally protect everything that we hold dear. That is why a treaty is important. That's why we need people to come together from all over the world, and if you haven't, put your name on the treaty. And like Mitzi said, I'm gonna talk about the impacts of the fossil fuel industry and really most extractive industries, because it's not only the fossil fuel industry that we have to shift away from, it's the extractivist system that we have fallen into. That includes the mining that's happening in a lot of communities. That includes, you know, our extraction of resources from soil, of the health of soil. But on the fossil fuel lane, we are hearing a lot about the shift away from coal, but we haven't heard a lot about the shift away from natural gas. And even the name is greenwashing itself. I actually did a paper on the physical and psychological effects of fracking. And I love when people say youth activists have to go to school, and we are researching and we are reading. And what my research found is that not only does fracking have negative effects on endocrine problems, smell and hearing distortions, immunological deficiency, increasing cancer rates, skeletal pain, and many, many others. And these things are very medical terms, but it shows you that communities that are targeted by the fossil fuel industry are actually having worse health effects. That we know this, but I love that there's research to back that up. In the psychological part, there's negative effects on mood, behavior, performance in school, distortion of perception, distorts the perception of social norms, and disturbs one's general sense of well-being. And this makes sense because if a fracking company comes in and destroys and pollutes your community, it is gonna tear what you see as well-being, what you feel is right around you. And I would really like that we take that narrative with us, the stories that come from the communities that have been affected. Just to close before I talked for too long, I'm so sorry. In the United States, there is a report that actually measures the demographics of a community to see how susceptible it is to stand up politically. It measures the community's percentage of immigration, it measures the community's race, it measures the community's education level. The lower the education level, the higher the immigration population is, meaning undocumented communities, and the higher the diversity of the community, the more likely it is that a fossil fuel company will go in there because they see that community as having less political power. That is why everyone in the global north has to advocate for those communities in the global south that are being intentionally targeted to be the sites of fossil fuel extraction. And that is where the justice comes in, where the equitable transition comes in, and is really, giving us the opportunity to go into this new era with a different type of thinking that is just not only for our planet, but for her people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheed. Do any of you want to add anything to that before we go to the next question? Carla, I was thinking that you might have something to add, or would you like to wait until later? Okay. So the next question is, since we did just talk about the impacts of fossil fuels on young people and individuals and communities, so on the policy level, since Shay also mentioned it, Zuhair, what do the youth want to see in terms of policies? You've been working on with the youth task force, with the Stockholm '50 conference. What does the youth want in terms of policies?
Thank you. Is it working? Okay. So we know that youth are activists, advocates, early career scientists. They are educators. They are everywhere, and they are taking action to phase out fossil fuel. And we have brought together around 50 young people from all around the world in this task force who are not just activists. They belong to different communities. They have diverse backgrounds. They have come together. They have formed this task force. They are from different constituencies. They are from different organizations. And all these people, they have worked their heart out for the last 2 years to make this policy paper. And we are here now with the policy paper to present to our policymakers and the member states to show what our expectations are and what they should reflect on their policies and negotiations. So I would like to take the honor to read out some of the recommendations and expectations from the policy paper, and later I'll be adding my narratives on it. So from the policy paper, to achieve a sustainable and inclusive recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, we urge governments to align all recovery spending into low-carbon investments, green jobs, and future-proof sectors to avoid carbon lock-in of fossil fuels and stranded assets impeding sustainable development. In accelerating the implementation of environmental dimension of sustainable development goals, in the context of Decade of Action, we urge member states to commit to expanding formal and non-formal education regarding the causes, effects, and solutions of the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation to enhance capacity among youth and children and prepare them for green jobs and build a sustainable future. Immediately establish a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to phase out fossil fuels and scale up 100% safe, clean, and sustainable energy for all in order to reach net negative emissions by 2050. Strengthen the environmental rule of law and ensure that the polluter pays principle is applied by integrating all environmental, social welfare, and health costs to harmful activities. Now I want to add my narratives. So she has talked about oil, coal, and gas. Now I want to talk about another criminal, another fossil fuel criminal in this case, and that's plastic. I have seen a lot of reports. They are actually comparing global plastic treaty, saying that it's actually diverting our attention from this fossil fuel treaty. It's not like that. You know that this plastic industry, they will end up using 20% of total total oil by 2050. So that means it's going to emit a lot of carbon in the environment. And also, this sector, plastic is not just plastic. It's oil, gas, and chemicals. So it's even more harmful. So we need a treaty which actually address the entire life cycle of plastic. And I believe that this fossil fuel treaty and global plastic treaty, if we can, build a synergy among these two, it will create a lot of change. Otherwise, if we work separately and there is no cooperation between these two, then what will happen? At the end of these agreements and treaty, we'll end up organizing annual picnic and exhibition in the name of COPs every single year, where the global leaders will come and lecture us what our common responsibilities are and what we should do. They will not talk about what their responsibilities are. Okay, I think that fits in the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Zuhair. I think it's so interesting to note that what you said on plastics and fossil fuels, so often we're almost put against each other, saying that, the plastic waste crisis is different from the activists of the climate justice movement, but really it's the same thing. It's still the fossil fuel industries that's behind both of them, and that separation, I don't know if you were here in the panel before this, but Ina was talking about divide and conquer, and that's the same thing. It's a system dividing these issues as if they're not connected, dividing these crises as if they're not stemming from the same thing, and that is the thing that Shea was talking about earlier, the way that we use energies, the way that we produce. It's not just about the fossil fuel industry and the energy systems. It's about all of this, how our economy is based on that overexploitation of the global south to profit for the global north, right? And next, we've been talking about how, all these bad things and all these things that are happening, but my personal favorite to hear about are the stories of resistance. And we have Carlo here from the Pacific Climate Warriors, and I absolutely love their slogan. I will let her be the one to say it because it's beautiful. And I want to hear about how the youth in your areas, in the most affected areas in the Pacific Islands, how are they fighting back?
Hello. Malo tau mau ko kuinga ko kalafia ki ko len mai miha tau ha pai to fo tanga tapungati ka ngunu ki te wairoa ailani mo Britania. Can we please take a moment in this busy day, and I ask that you repeat after me, and I'll say it slowly. Maloelele. We'll say that with a little bit more energy. I know it's the afternoon, but come on. We have a saying from my country, mate maatonga. We'll do it, right? So, maloelele.
Maloele.
Yes, you have now greeted everyone in the language of my home, the Kingdom of Tonga. I am here today on behalf of the Pacific Climate Warriors, which is a network of young people across the Pacific region with teams in the US, Australia, and Aotearoa, New Zealand, where I've traveled from. We are fighting against climate change, and it is tiring, but we will keep at it, because if not us, then who? Young Pacific people have been fighting against climate change and for our islands for decades. I'm excited to be in the home of Greta Thunberg, but before her was Brianna Fruin, who has been fighting for climate justice since she was 11 years old. She is now 24. More than a decade of her life has been spent fighting for our islands, and I'd like a round of applause for Bibi right now, please. In 2019, the Pacific Climate Warriors, alongside School Strike for Climate, led 40,000 people along Lambton Quay, which is in Te Whanganui-a-Tara in Wellington. We marched onto the steps of Parliament that day. Across Aotearoa, New Zealand, over 100,000 people marched, most of them young people. I vividly recall on the steps of Parliament, a Tokelauan preschool being there. They were a part of the strike. And for those of you who don't know what a preschool is, it's a kindergarten. I'm mindful that we use perhaps different terms. And I can really recall that, and I think about the sacrifices our young people have to make. This morning, Zipporah mentioned that it would be great if youth could be youth. I agree. It would be great if our young people could be young people. Because in this crisis, even our babies, literally preschoolers, are having to join this fight. That is not fair. And so when we think about a just transition, when we think about our fair share, I want you to think of the children who are taking up this task, created by a generation that was before us. We know the science around the climate crisis. We know that fossil fuels are driving this, and that has been touched upon by my beautiful panelists today. And we know that the fossil fuels are being burnt at the detriment of the global south, at the detriment of Pacific nations, at the detriment of my home of Tonga. We know the devastating impacts of the climate crisis, but this does a disservice to our Pacific nations, to our people on the front line who are continuing to fight for our survival. I think of the climate crisis and I see resilience. When Cyclone Gita, a Category 4 cyclone, hit my home island of Tonga, 80% of our population was impacted, over 4,000 homes. And I want to put that in perspective. We have 100,000 people, 80,000 were impacted. And yet, when I think of the devastation that that cyclone wreaked, I think about the strength it also built. Because our communities came together, people sheltered those who lost homes, our global diaspora sent financial support, and that came from across the world. And so when I think about the climate crisis, I think about the power of collective resilience, because we look out for each other, because we have to. But there is a cost to this crisis. My family are on the front line of climate change. Their livelihoods are severely impacted by this crisis. Our export business depends on agriculture. Productions, for example, from coconuts. And this industry is being impacted by climate change. And that is because of extreme droughts, cyclones, and salinized soil. When Cyclone Gita hit, coconuts were devastated and they couldn't even grow. For a lot of you, when I speak of the Pacific, probably the image that comes to mind are sandy beaches, coconut leaves swaying in the wind, and holiday destinations. Can you imagine then an island without coconuts? Because that was Tonga after 2018. Regardless of this, my family have paid forward. They reached out to the outer islands, they diversified, they looked at other ways to create supply, and they are staying alive, but barely. When I think of resilience, I think of the resilience of my father, Bosi Mafiaki, my brother, Gimi Afiaki, who continue to lawe lava from Tonga or strive forward regardless of the challenges that they face. They are the faces that I see when I think of resilience, but there are many faces of resilience. They are here today. They are here in this room. The Pacific continues to lead globally as a moral voice on climate action and leadership. And so if you need inspiration, look to the Pacific, because we have the answers for you if you're still looking for them. I really hope you're not. I really hope you have the answers that you need. I hope that I do not have to be at this conference in the next 50 years, because that means we're not listening to Indigenous communities. It means that we are going to be repeating ourselves. And honestly, I think when I'm 70, I'm going to be less kinder when I'm sending this message. I hope that young people, I hope that us, I consider myself young still, I hope that We don't have to be here, and I hope that we can enjoy being young, being free, being wild. Because right now, we're not. We're here at a conference when we could actually just be partying and living our lives. I really hope that we will do what we can today, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions that are to come. And I hope that we take action, because if we don't, we're going to lose islands like Tonga. And to be honest, we're going to lose people then like me. And I don't want that.
Yeah.
Leve leve malanga tua whātu.
I think we can all agree that we would hate to lose people like Kala, such a vibrant energy. And it's interesting to note what you said about that community resilience, because in the Philippines, it's been weaponized against the people, where the governments are like, oh, you're so resilient, claps for you, and then doesn't do anything, right? So where is the structural resilience, the government accountability, and it's been used against that. So when we're talking about the fights for climate justice, it's getting more and more complicated, I would say, because now even governments are sometimes saying climate justice or climate action, or like, oh, we're climate leaders, we're great, and I'm like, sure. So now we're at this point in time where we have to narrow down our messaging and make things clearer and make things more intersectional or anti-imperialist or anti-colonialist or whatever it is, the term that's being used now. It's all the same thing, really. So for Zana, this is something that you talk about a lot. What do you think our fight for climate justice must look like, especially in the youth movement?
Hello? Okay. So, first of all, after Kalo, I feel like everything I will say will like sound, I don't know. She was so awesome, but I know yes, but I know that justice is something we don't want to talk about, because after all this, we are still sitting here with a lot of lights and I'm shining, but currently there is a flood in my country. There was 50 degrees Celsius in my country with the worst heat wave, and after that we are so ready for that flood which will come after the heat wave. So this is not fair. First of all, this is not fair that I'm here and talking about climate change, because this is not something I should do, as Carlos said already. But this is also not fair that the person who know for years that how to fight against climate change, who have the ideas of resilience, are not heard. So we need to make sure that we can talk more about local-led adaptation, because the solution is already here. The solution is already here when the people are oppressed. They were oppressed by the system for years, and yet they can actually fight back more than any of us. So first of all, the climate justice should look like a person who is currently fighting in any of our country and who knows how to fight back, and their face should be what climate justice looks like. And also, it is a global problem, but as Missy already said, we actually divide with every problem, but the problem is also connected. If I'm talking about feminism, the female in my country have to take pregnancy pill so that they don't they don't get their periods, because in salty water they have no way to like when they are in period they can't like use that water, and that's why they need to take pregnancy pills. So this is a feminist issue, and if we are not talking about those affected by climate, we are not talking about feminism. If I am talking, I don't want to talk about indigenous people. This is because already we have like awesome panelists, and we can also hear a lot from them as well. So, but they are also connected. And when we talk about their land, when we see that their land has been taken, it's also connected to climate change. And then when we are actually asking for treaties, I shouldn't just say that, is this treaty will ask for a transition which is just. Yes, and that's why actually I'm here supporting this treaty, because the third pillar is just transition. Why we need just transition? Because the people in my country who are in a land farming, they can't lose their land. And if I actually ask my government that why don't you shift to renewables, they will say that we don't have land, but if we are like pushing them too much, they will take this land from those farmers and use it for renewables. And we don't need that transition where people from our front line actually need to lose their lands. We need a system where actually they can have their lands and yet it's just for everyone. And so, and also like Missy also mentioned, we don't say how this money from fossil fuel is actually affecting us. We are saying that this is our way to like make everyone have their money, and only the few people have. And thanks to capitalism, they are making everyone like you have to work more for fight for yourself, and this is you who are making this all things going bad. You didn't turn off the lights, that's why we are actually dying. So this is how actually the capitalism and greenwashing is working, when they are always saying that it's you who made the mistake, and so you need to suffer. This is what you have, like every decision have a consequence, and it was your decision to not turn off the light. So why are you even complaining? And as a youth, we actually listen to a lot that why you are even complaining. We just wanted to give you a better life, but I don't think so. It's better life when my people have to like die and I have to see, and like in a shiny room, I have to tell some people that yes, people in my country is dying. It's also because of the media. I also talk about a lot that how media is like saying a narrative which is, if flood in Germany is happening, then oh my God, climate change is here, we need to do a lot of things. And at the same day, there was flood in Bangladesh and nobody talked about it. Nobody ever said that the person who is in Bangladesh, how their crops is, how is their crop, and is they have food. And we were like, okay, now we need climate action against climate change. The climate change is not white, so the action shouldn't be white. The action should be colorful, like a spectrum. And this is actually what climate justice looks like.
Thank you, Farzana. Just on that thing about turning off lights, I get that all the time. In the Philippines, the Let the Earth Breathe, like that hashtag trended because of the scientist protest of Scientist Rebellion, I think last April, where they glued themselves to Chase Bank. And everyone was like, oh, the climate crisis is here. We have to delete our emails because of the carbon footprint that it costs. And I'm like, delete emails, that's the solution that you're thinking of? That's the climate justice world? I wish it was that easy. I'll delete all my emails. I'll never look at another email. Like, I'll go offline if that's how you solve the climate crisis. So, and I think so often we're always like, we need system change. We need to change what's happening. But people think that the solutions are these things, turning off lights, deleting emails, planting trees, which are great, but not enough. So my next question is, I think we're at this point where we actually need to show people, tell people, what is this better world that we're building? We have to create in that mind's eye, to have that radical imagination of thinking of a system outside of this one that we're in now. And it's so difficult because imagine, I'm sure there's like a psychological or there's a Plato's cave or something, some theory where it's like you see nothing else. You don't know anything else aside from what we're seeing now. But there are communities that know. There are communities that know what to do, and that's what Farzana and she, that's what everyone has been saying in this panel. So my question now is, what are we fighting for? What is that climate justice world? What does it look like to you? What are the alternatives? To me, it's a world where I can party. Like, just as Kala said, that is what climate justice looks like to me. It's a world where I can sing and dance with my friends and just be in the sunlight and not be afraid. I want to bring that out from you guys. I want to hear the joys that you're already seeing in the climate movement and how you think that is what the climate justice world that we're building looks like. Who wants to start? Okay, Shiego.
Hello. I love that question so much, and it actually moved me how you asked it, because it made me excited to think about that world when we're here talking about how fossil fuels are ruining that for us. And one time at the closing of a panel, they asked me the same question: what does justice look like to you? And I said, justice looks like joy, because it's joy for our communities, joy for our children. Joy happens when there's no violence, and the climate crisis is violence. The climate crisis is companies taking things away from you. The climate crisis is disasters ruining your homes. The climate crisis is leaving your home because you can't farm anymore. The climate crisis is climate migration. And we don't want that. We want joy. We want to be able to experience and feel and dance and have community. And that is what the world looks like to me. And it also looks like truth, because what we are have been fighting for is campaigns of companies telling us recycle, of companies telling us that's what's going to solve the plastic crisis. And only 9% of plastic gets recycled. All the plastic, out of 100 bottles that you put in the recycling bin, 9% only gets recycled. It's all lies, and we want truth. People ask me, like Mitzi just said, what is the one thing I can do? The one thing you can do is become an activist yourself, because we don't have all the solutions. The solutions are going to come from your own brain, your own imagination, your own surroundings. I cannot tell you what you can do culturally in your hometown. That's going to have to come from your brain and your work and your thought process. But what I can tell you is that the principles that have to guide your imagination are principles of collaboration, principles of joy, and principles of protecting past and future knowledge.
Zuhair, would you like to go next?
Actually, I'm not a justice specialist, but one thing that I can say is justice never actually existed on this earth. Earlier, different countries, superpowers, they have colonized all the low middle income countries. And at that time, our countries were like colony for one country. And now our countries are colonies for many countries. They're coming to us, they're providing us international development fund, they're giving us loan, and they're actually deciding on behalf of us what we should do and what we should not. They are foisting, fossil fuel in the name of international support. And they are putting us in the vicious cycle of the fossil fuel. They are divesting from the fossil fuel in their countries, but they're investing on fossil fuel in our countries. So if we can stop that, then it will be justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for me, when Michi was asking this question, Kala was saying that we have our priorities, we want to do parties. And yes. Yeah. Now everybody knows the joke. Okay, so yeah, this is our priority. But other than this, we weren't actually in my mind our world looks like where politicians know and do their job. I know and do my job, and everyone know and do their job, because this is so easy. Why we need to step on someone else's job and say, this is your job, and do you know that this is your job, and why are you, if you know, why aren't you doing it? And this message is especially for fossil fuel and governments. And we don't don't need to go to other countries for conferences and talk and talk and talk and hope that yes, someone listen to us, but we wanna also go in other countries to see awesome things. And you can also come to our countries to see that how beautiful our country is, and if this floods is not destroying, how more beautiful it can be, and how actually we are destroying some countries only for our own development, which I don't even think development, because the government, as they said, the government is lying, and they're saying that yes, this is your development. But if the fossil fuel plants which we are building today will not exist in 50 years, and yes, this is scientific that a plant can't be work properly after 50 years. So the thing which not work for 50 years, why we need to go from coal to gas when we know the solution is not even for solution. Even I cannot, I wish I live long. So after my life, I cannot even see a gas power plant functioning. So this is no solution. And if this is not solution, why we are selling it as a solution? And so I think in my view of world, that the solution which is actually true is the solution we all are proposing everywhere. And yeah, also we can travel and see lands which is beautiful.
Great question. And just really clarifying, obviously young people have other stuff that they do. Just really clarifying that point. And it was a joke. What I think we need for our future, we need more young people at decision-making tables, because if our elders cannot make the decision, then, retire and we can step up. Because unfortunately, and the reason why I think that this is really important is because, young people from the Marshall Islands, for example, were a real key push to ensure that 1.5 actually became a massive part of Paris Agreement. And that's forgotten usually. Pacific people are drivers, and young people are drivers of change. They're innovators, and they're hopeful. And they don't tire, perhaps, as easily. And so I think that's the key. We need young people at decision-making tables. Because like someone said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I would rather not be eaten on the menu, so I'd prefer not to be. So yes, I think that's what we need more of. We need energetic young people who are excited and can believe that there is change coming.
I am so amazed at what young people of every generation has done, actually. If you look at historical moments in society, young people have been there alongside the most marginalized sectors of society, leading the way towards change. And this is the latest wave of change, and it has to happen, because this is quite a crucial one, I would like to say. We have time for two questions. Okay, yes, go ahead. Do we have a microphone? Who said yes? So let's be mindful of the time so that people can actually ask the question. One of the people in the movement
actually remembers the 70 Stockholm conference. And I also remember a time before that. And I think there is probably a role for people like me, senior citizens and young people, to work together. Because I actually remember a world where we didn't have any plastic hardly at all. We never had cell phones. None of the people that I knew, and I lived in the developed world, had a car. And we took our bicycles around. Everybody who had a house had a garden in the back and raised a lot of their own vegetables. And there was still a lot of wild space in nature, and we didn't have a climate crisis, although we had the seeds of it. We were also at a time of decolonization, a process that was starting in my youth and when I was going to college and so on. So it's a world that has existed. There was a sustainable world of sorts. It wasn't a world without problems. Even the world we have in the future that we imagine will have problems, because now we think that we're going to just keep the economy going with some kind of sustainable solar panels and windmills and so on, and we can't do that really. We can't really keep extracting nature and using resources, even if we're trying to minimize it. So there was a world like that, and I remember that, and it was a happy world where people cared for each other, and it was a good place to be in. It was rather modest. We didn't play a lot of computer games, we didn't play any, and so on. So that type of world, I've become very nostalgic for that world lately, and I think we seniors and young people who are trying to imagine a new world have some space where we could dialogue on these things.
Thank you. I would love to see that world. We were colonized for 300 years, and then again, and then we were free. But does anyone want to say anything more to that?
Yeah, I think, intergenerational is how our societies were created in the Pacific. We didn't do anything without our elders. What I would like is for our elders to be able to rest, and I would like for our young people to rest. And I think acknowledging also what you said, Mitzi, perhaps it was a happier world in this part of the world, but in Global South, for example, in the Pacific, we were being colonized. We were dealing with diseases we'd never had. My beautiful Aotearoa, New Zealand, had its land taken from indigenous people. So perhaps it's really thinking about what was, but actually looking forward at what could be instead. For acknowledging also that, yes, we had some good times, but not everyone was having those good times, unfortunately.
Do we have other questions? Yes, go ahead.
No, thank you so much. I just want to thank all of you so much, because I've been a youth activist as well. Like, I was very active on these kind of panels like 10 years ago.
Oh,
and,
no.
Yeah, and long before that, when I was a very small child, I grew up in Sweden, and I was out in nature, like growing up close to nature, talking to the trees, talking to stones. I knew that everything in nature was alive. But when I went to school and told other people about that, I was bullied, because this is not the way people see the world in my part of the world. But now I really try to get that back, because I know that that's the truth, and the indigenous peoples in the world have kept that at the core. You know that. That's part of your worldview. And I think that what we really need to do in our part of the world, we need to get that worldview back, and we can find it again. I really wished that I was an indigenous person when I grew up, and I was so sad that I was not. But I am the one I am, and if we look back at our ancestors as far as we can get, like, we are all related, and we have that wisdom. The original wisdom is there in all of us, and we can awaken that again. So let us all become good ancestors for the future. Thank you.
Does anyone want to answer the question? Thank you for that comment. I hope that, when we're your age, we're not watching another panel of youth climate activists talking about the same thing. Hopefully, we're talking about a different topic by then. But it is also the end of our panel. I would like to thank everyone in this room. And I would like to invite everyone to continue imagining what that climate just world looks like, and pushing that to people, showing that we're not just anti-something, and we're not just anti-fossil fuels, or pro-peace, and pro-justice, and pro-love, and pro-joy, and pro-parties. No, I'm kidding. But yes, thank you so much. And there is a lot of panels coming after us, I think. And I hope you guys enjoy. Just two more, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. That was absolutely amazing. Don't worry, it's been a long day. There are not a lot of panels left. In fact, there's, you know, that was amazing. Thank you. You know, while we're transitioning, I want to add my thinking about the future. As I was listening to them, I just kept imagining. I really hope that in the future, the youth have the opportunity to choose. I'm 53. I remember thinking about what I wanted to do, you know, and I had all the choices in the world. And this generation, you know, they're growing up in a very different world. I've had a lot of conversations with my sons who are about their age, who are trying to decide what to study and what to do. One of my sons has a love of literature and history. And right now he's doing everything he can to get skills, first aid skills, etc., to be useful during the climate emergency. And I can tell you as a mother, it's much harder to watch your son to be arrested than it is to get arrested, actually. So I wish for a time when they don't have to do that. We've heard a lot about the proliferation of fossil fuels today, but now we're going to hear about the proliferation of ideas and initiatives that are helping to tackle the challenge of fossil fuels and create a path for international cooperation. We'll hear from Peter Wooders from the Institute for Sustainable Development, also now hosting the Beyond Oil and Gas Initiative, BOGA. We'll hear from Jojo Meda from Stop Ecocide International, Charles Santiago, member of the Parliament in Malaysia, who has been one of the founders and the energy behind our parliamentarians for a fossil-free future. We'll hear from Sebastian Navarro from CC35 Capital Cities, and finally from Harjit Singh from the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. We've asked each of them to approach this like some kind of TED-style talk. They have 7 minutes and 7 minutes only to come up and explain to you and pitch you their big idea for how we are going to solve some of these issues. So without further ado, I welcome to the stage Peter Wooders from International Institute for Sustainable Development, hosts to the BOGA Secretariat. Peter.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. No pressure at all, then, especially following the last panel. And Farzana just said, you know, just after Kayla, you know, I can't follow you. How can I follow that? You know, so thanks. Firstly, big thanks. Zipporah and everyone for such an excellent set of meetings today. So I'm representing today the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which is a first movers alliance of governments who are looking to get to the managed phase out of oil and gas production and exploration. Before I do so, I just want to take you out this room for a minute and just think about yesterday evening or a recent Saturday evening or something. And just imagine it's relatively early in the evening, it's 6:30 or so, and you're trying to decide what to do, you know? Are you going to go out with some friends? Are you going to do some cooking? Are you going to read a book? Are you going to clear your to-do list? What are you going to do? You know, the world is your oyster. You've got loads of freedom. Of course, this is a theoretical abstract. This never kind of happens, but just imagine it does for a while. But then you think to yourself, well, actually, I've just got to catch up with this show on Netflix that I've been really wanting to watch. So you stick an episode on, and it's entertaining. You look at it. It's going well. You think, oh, and you've taken a short-term decision there. You've decided that the best thing you can do right now is watch that show on Netflix. And you think, oh, I'll watch the second episode as well. It gets more and more engaging. You're starting to think to yourself, hang on a minute, you know, what's going to happen to this couple? They're obviously going to get together, but when's it going to happen? Or will that spaceship get fixed on time? Or were the Vikings really like that, or was it something else? And before you know it, we've all been there. It's 11 o'clock at night, and you've wasted the entire evening. And what I'm trying to show here is that, you know, the sum of a whole bunch of short-term decisions is a long-term outcome. And I think that's exactly what governments have done with oil and gas. You know, every year there's a reason why you can't make progress on oil and gas phase out. Energy prices are too high this year, or last year it's because unemployment was too high, or next year we've got a problem with there's a community where there's not enough work, or there's always some sort of reason. So what governments have basically done is by continually delaying taking action, we've ended up in a long-term situation where we've had huge overexploitation of oil and gas. We've heard all the stats. Only 40% of the oil and gas that we've found at the moment can be exploited. We need to break this cycle. So the question then becomes, what can governments do now? And I want to give sort of two really simple principles here. First one is the oldest, most unoriginal cliche in the world: when you're in a hole, stop digging. But it is very, very apt to the oil and gas world. Second one is get on the right path and stay on it, or you won't get to the destination you want to get to. We all know the destination we want to get to, including the governments. They know they want to get to a fossil fuel transition. They want to get onto renewables, but they keep delaying this decision-taking. So where does the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, BOGA, come in? It's following those two principles. The first one, stop digging when you're in a hole. Firstly, their members, their core members, of which there are currently eight governments, have agreed to no more new licensing, concessions or leasing for oil and gas exploration and production. And secondly, getting on the right path, they've publicly stated in the commitment that their path will now be aligned with Paris from now on. And governments just have to stay on these principles. So can they break the cycle? A couple of examples from the membership. Denmark is one of the co-chairs. It has been, in many of the recent years, one of the top 2 oil producers in Europe. It's not a huge producer, but it's significant. But if you now go to the port of Esbjerg up on the west coast, that is now a center for the offshore wind industry, not just the offshore oil industry. And they've taken that commitment. Quebec is another member. It's a subnational government. It's sitting on quite a large reserve of natural gas under the surface. The classic North American solution to this is dig it all out of the ground. Quebec, on the 12th of April this year, signed Bill 21 into law, or the Parliament's approved it, which basically said it is now illegal to exploit oil and gas on Quebec territory, and all drilling has to stop in the next 3 years. This is a world-leading commitment. So these commitments are happening. We hear a lot about political will. To my mind, a lot of that is about confidence. Governments, we've heard so much today about how complicated our economic systems are, our energy systems, our social systems. They're all interlinked as well, makes it even more complicated. But there are some relatively simple things we do, and we know from the BOGA membership and from other governments around the world, a lot of those are about legal issues, they're about planning on economic and economy, and on energy and on just transition. And the BOGA members have, they haven't just made a high-level commitment, they've done a lot of serious consideration, and they've taken policy decisions on the basis of those. So here are some examples that they can share amongst themselves and share with the wider world. And another example here is there's a lot of talk anecdotally about the Energy Charter Treaty and investment agreements, how that's going to break progress. Well, all those BOGA members signed up to BOGA knowing all this. They don't think there's an issue here. And on the other side, of course, they also, by taking this commitment, are insuring themselves against the climate litigation cases that are so helpfully now being raised by many in this room and many around the world. So we need to help build the confidence of more countries to take these commitments. We need to answer questions about cost and benefits of the change, about the pathways that need to happen to help with the communities of practice, to feed in usefully, diplomatically, we feel, into all the international processes and forums and organizations, which are so helpful. One very nice thing, BOGA was launched with a lot of fanfare at the last COP and was described by somebody who I can't remember as the initiative the world leads, the initiative the world needs. If that was you, I'm very sorry I've forgotten who said that. So BOGA members, follow the 2 principles. If you're in a hole, stop digging. Get on the right path and stick on it. So I hope I've proven today that BOGA is very important to the managed transition of oil and gas going forward. And I also hope today that I've proved conclusively that BOGA is better than Netflix. And then possibly as well, I've chosen the wrong comparator. I think what we're really looking for here is just do it. Thank you.
But is it as addictive? Let's hope. Peter, thank you. That was that was fantastic. Now we have Jojo Maeda from Stop Ecocide International. And also just one note, that is not Calo Fiki. Sebastian, our apologies. Somehow that was a mix-up on the slide. We know who you are, and I will introduce you properly. Thank you so much, Jojo, for joining us. The floor is yours.
Hi. It's great to see you all. I'm going to put myself a 7-minute timer and see if I can keep to it. So, I co-founded Stop Ecocide International back in 2017 alongside UK barrister and legal pioneer Polly Higgins, the late Polly Higgins. She's my dear departed friend now. And our initiative aims at one very simple goal: to criminalize mass damage and destruction of nature. In other words, to put ecocide alongside genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity at the International Criminal Court. Now, we've heard a lot in various events over the last couple of days about what needs to be done, and very much about why it needs to be done. What everybody is possibly wondering in the back of their minds is, how is it going to be done? Given that all these agreements are being discussed, whether we've got the Paris Agreement, the CBD, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Plastic Treaty that's just beginning to be discussed this week, and many, many more. How are they going to materialize? What is the mechanism that will help do that? And we believe that the criminal law framework has the unique capacity to assist with that. So, putting in place an outer guardrail, if you will, something that can say this far and no further. This movement has grown incredibly fast over the last 3 years, and it's been a big dot-joining exercise, realizing how many grassroots campaigns, politicians, lawyers, diplomats are interested in moving this forward. Some have said, how can you put ecocide alongside genocide? Well, I think we've all heard over the last couple of days why that is the case. The consequences are what we are looking at in this instance, you know. Of course, the intent may not be the same or as evil as genocide. We may be talking about collateral damage, but we're talking about collateral damage that threatens not just part of a people, but the whole of human civilization as we know it. So we need to acknowledge that that level of damage is as bad, is as important to consider, is as serious, is as dangerous as those other international crimes. Because there is a gap. There is a gap in environmental law. Environmental law is a body of law that's grown up over the last 40 to 50 years, since the first UN conference in 1972, right here in Stockholm, where the word ecocide was used for the first time by the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme, who described severe destruction as ecocide and said it required urgent international attention. And it still does, because we have a very deeply ingrained mindset that has grown up over centuries that makes us very separate to nature. It makes us separate from each other. It makes us competitive against each other, between nations, between ourselves and the natural world. And placing ecological harm alongside harm to people and harm to property actually goes a very long way. It's subtle, but it's profound, the difference that that can make to how we approach our relationship with nature. And it gives a basic level of understanding that it is fundamentally wrong to destroy the environment. So protecting our vulnerable and vital ecosystems, creating a legal safety rail, but also strengthening existing environmental law. Because although existing environmental crimes already are 4th most profitable in the world in terms of criminal activity, they are in no way approached at a commensurate level in terms of enforcement. And so providing this real kind of basic foundational principle around that the worst harms are actually an international level crime is super important. It's also important to do it at the international level because the worst perpetrators are transnational corporations that have the ability to move from one jurisdiction to another. So creating coherence by putting an international law in place, particularly also for those countries where they may not be able to rely on the national legal systems, and they may need to know that there's a tool there. All of those environmental defenders who currently are framed as the criminals interrupting legitimate business activity. When there's a question mark over the business activity, Suddenly you have a 180-degree flip in that framing. Those people are no longer criminals. Those people are moral upholders of the law. So it's a profound framing change that comes with that as well. Another aspect is that when we talk about laws and putting laws in place, and particularly if we talk about them with lawyers and policymakers, they often talk about and want to think about how will this work in practice? How do we practically, how will prosecutions take place? What exactly will they address? And all of this. Now, environmental law has mostly been in the regulatory sphere, where it's all about how much of this toxin can you use in this circumstance before it crosses a certain line. But with criminal law, we're looking at drawing the really profound moral red lines. I mean, you could think of it, if you like, as a kind of almost a health and safety law in a criminal way for the planet. And when you're approaching health and safety, you don't say, how do we nearly break someone's head open, but not quite? I mean, you just don't think of it that way. You think, how do we avoid breaking someone's head open? And that is the attitude that we need to cultivate in regard to nature. We have a deep, deep taboo around damaging people, quite rightly so. You're not going to go to a government and say, could I have a license for killing 500 people for my new infrastructure project, please? It's not even going to cross your mind. But we don't think that way about nature, and we need to, in a very practical way. We need to start thinking about damage to nature in that way. And the other aspect of this is that, I'll come back to what I started to say and got diverted from, which is that when you speak to lawyers about this, they look at the practicalities of what's going to happen when the law's in place. What people don't realize is that the real window for strategic change starts now. And it starts now because that is when people can see the law coming. And we're already, this is not actually a pitch. I'm not pitching you. I'm actually just telling you this is coming. I don't need you to buy into it. It's already happening. So from a standing start a few years ago, Vanuatu was the first nation state to specifically ask for this at the ICC, the International Criminal Court. We now have over 20 member states of the ICC talking about this at parliament or government level. We have a massive demand from the youth movement worldwide. We also have it coming from NGOs. It's been coming up in all the preparatory meetings for this conference this week. So we see Stockholm as one step and an inevitable approach of this law. And that brings me back to that key point. When you see the law approaching, you know it's coming over the horizon, that's when you put your strategic hat on. That we're already seeing investors asking governments to put this law in place, actively asking them to, because it creates the stability, it creates the framework within which they can move, and they can say, okay, in 4 or 5 years' time, exactly when we don't know, but we estimate around that. Oh, look at that, I've nearly done it. That was my alarm. That was my daughter when she was 1. When they can see that coming, that's when they start changing, that's when they start thinking about it. And we're already hearing anecdotally of extractive companies changing their policies because they've seen the definition of ecocide that emerged last year. And I'll finish with that. Sorry, I know I've gone over a tiny bit. Our foundation convened last year an international panel of legal experts from around the world and different legal backgrounds to come up with a consensus definition of ecocide. And it's beautifully concise. It fits on the back of a business card. The core text of it. Ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. That is the starting point for this law. It's approaching, and people are starting to use it as a lens to look through it and say, what does this mean we can and can't do? And that makes everything else easier. Ecocide is not a silver bullet. It's not like it will fix everything. But creating this new international crime if we don't do that, it's going to be hard to fix anything. So we see this as a necessary but not sufficient condition. It's a first step. It's on its way. Get behind it. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations, Jojo. That's incredible progress in 5 years. Profound. I'm really excited to welcome to the stage now Charles Santiago, who's a Malaysia Member of Parliament, one of the initiators of the Parliamentarians' Call for a Fossil-Free Future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Zafara, for the introduction. I am on a recruitment drive right now. I'm here to recruit, though. How many of you want a job? Oh, there. But here, I'm recruiting members of parliament. They have a special responsibility. They have been elected by members. He's a member of parliament, yes, and he's also a member. So you can't apply for the job, though. You can't recruit. Well, so I'm on a recruitment drive. I'm asking people to join our effort. Parliamentarians call for a fossil fuel-free future. My God, what's such long? Anyway, that's what I'm here to recruit, and we'll be recruiting. We have started recruiting 2 months ago, am I right, Lily? 2 months ago, we started recruiting, and as of now, we have 279 members of parliament, as well as from 69 countries who have joined the parliamentarians' call. So the effort today, tomorrow, the day after, and so on and so forth, is to expand the recruitment because we have lots of work to do, though. We have really lots of work to do. And what are we planning to do, or what could we potentially do? One, we could ask in parliaments, our respective parliaments, whether it's in Europe, America, or even in Asia, for a carbon audit, for example. So parliamentary members or members of the select committee can actually ask the government for a carbon audit. That's one that they can do. Number two, they could push for inquiry on fossil fuel management of the country, though. How are they managing it, and how are they going to reduce it, and ask the government to have a phase-out mechanism or some kind of a timeline, so that governments are held responsible and also held accountable for all of their activities, what they say at the country level, at the national level, as well as their international obligations. We also can ask governments or force governments to come up with a plan, This is something that can be done, should be done, and should be encouraged through parliaments. When I read this document, Leadership Dialogue by the UNEP, I think, this is kind of a summary document that appeared on 19th April 2022, and I read it, and I read it, and I read it, though. I have lots of comments on this, but I'll keep the comments aside. But there is no mention of the role of a very important stakeholders, very important and powerful people who are members of parliament, though. They have no role to play in transforming the world. This is a bloody shame, though. A UN document that does not give a powerful group of people who make decisions, who make laws, power to make decisions when it comes to environment, when it comes to fossil fuels. This is disgrace. Very disgraceful, though. Don't you think so? So if you think it's disgraceful, get your parliament members to join us, though. The parliamentarians call. Can? Yes? Yes. Okay. So now what do? So we can ask force governments to come out with the phase-out plan. And we are also thinking, we thought about it yesterday, we thought about it last night, to maybe in the beginning of next year or end of this year, an international inquiry on fossil fuel management of companies, of governments, inter-agencies, banks, and so on and so forth. A global inquiry on where we are going in the way we manage fossil fuels and how to cut it down and how to move towards renewable energy. I think these are some of the steps that we can do. And I think in general, we can talk about new expansion of oil, gas, and coal production, something that we are committed to. Number two, phase out existing oil, gas, coal in a manner that is fair and equitable, and the list goes on, and also to forge new international commitments and treaties complementing the Paris Agreement. These are some of the things that we're thinking about. This is a kind of an embryonic effort, very new effort 2 months ago, and thanks to Lydie, who's at the back, sitting there, who started to think about this, and then we got a discussion with friends from Bangladesh, and then later in Europe, and also in Africa. So we have at this time 279 members of parliament who have joined us, and I encourage you, if you are members of parliament, to sign up. And number two, if you have friends in your networks which involves members of parliament, send them our way. We will reach out to them, though. On that note, I'm again here to recruit. Yeah? But bring the progressive parliamentarian, though. Don't bring a pro-fossil fuel guy, though. We don't want them. We want them out of parliament, though. Yes? Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Recruiting, successfully recruiting here in the room. And the global inquiry on fossil fuels, very exciting idea from the Parliamentarians Forum. And now we have Sebastian Navarro, Secretary General of CC35 Capital Cities. Sebastian.
Bueno, vamos a hacer trabajar un poco a las traductoras en español y en inglés en español un poquito. Así ponemos el español donde debe estar, ¿no? A la altura del inglés. Too much English, less Spanish. Yeah. Okay. After what I am about to say, you better get my picture out of there. I want to thank the Nordic Council and the Stanley Center for this invitation and congratulate Sephora for this amazing initiative and the team, them for this solid, super initiative, and that will be support from the capitals of the CC35 to eradicate fossil fuels at the local level and achieve binding emission reduction legislation. It's an honor to be in these Swedish lands that show the world their leadership towards the decarbonization of the economy. Sweden will be a very great example of work. I also greet on behalf of my mayors of Tegucigalpa, Santo Domingo, Santiago de Chile, and San Salvador and myself, say hello to the Vanuatu delegation, Bob Lokman, the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, Inger Andersen, the UN Environment, the mayor of this conscious capital, Kevin Lincoln, and to my Latin American sister, Nemonte Nemquino, and Gigi Bastida, with whom we have shared the list of the 100 most influential Latinos globally for our action to stop the climate crisis. Quiero enviar un especial saludo a los pueblos indígenas por salvaguardar el capital natural, a pesar de jugarse su propia vida por una lucha que es de todos los seres humanos. Y haciendo dos reflexiones sobre lo que decía Nemonte Nemquino. La primera reflexión es, todos los grandes inventos de la humanidad se hicieron observando la naturaleza. Todos. Lo segundo es, como decía Nemonte, que dejemos de perder tiempo, qué es lo urgente y qué es lo necesario. Lo necesario nos va a seguir gastando tiempo y dándole mucho más tiempo a quienes siguen jugando con el futuro de la humanidad. Lo urgente es si vamos a ser la generación y somos la última que lo puede hacer, si vamos a seguir siendo los cómplices de un sistema de muerte o si vamos a crear las nuevas columnas de un sistema que proteja la vida, que ponga la protección de la vida como una nueva forma de gobierno. Y eso es clave, porque la primera va a seguir manteniendo nuestra comodidad y la segunda, la urgencia, va a ser que tengamos que salirnos, que perder la comodidad que estamos teniendo hoy. En ese sentido, estamos viviendo una crisis en Europa con la invasión de Rusia y para mí es muy importante entender que tal vez es mejor tener 4 inviernos de frío que seguir alimentando a un asesino que sigue lucrando con el dinero de todos los europeos. We arrived at Stockholm+50, where Europe has the opportunity to abandon its dependence of fossil fuels since that crisis in the 1970s. After 26 climate summits, where the majority of the member countries of the UNFCCC could not assume their commitments. If everyone have understood that the clean energy transition represented a safeguard for whole humanity, we will have avoided the bombs that are falling right now a few steps from Stockholm. The West appreciates the courage of the prime ministers of Sweden and Finland to break the historical neutrality, strengthen democracies, and end the blackmail of oil, coal, and gas. The two of them understood that national security is indivisible from the global security. All of us must also understand it. It was also becoming clear that we can no longer wait for the national government and that the true guarantor of the Paris Agreement will be the local governments, simply because the earth can't wait any longer. That is why we announced here the subnational actions can lead the change toward the eradication of fossils. With the UNDP, will be convened the first climate parliament of the 35 capital cities of the Americas in the United Nations Week in 2023. We can connect it with the initiative that you carry out with the parliamentarians with the aim of declaring the climate emergency in all municipal councils at the rest of levels of government. We will present at COP27 in Egypt the first carbon program and the subnational protected areas program for cities and for the states to protect areas that will place economic incentives for conservation for the 30 plus per 30 and guarantee accelerate the decarbonization. We will expose with the partners of the satellites, the exposed serial deforesters through satellites so that global citizenship and the media know them by name and the surname. We are going to ask for the support of each one of you. Count of us to work together. Remember, the battle will be won or lost in cities, but also in the oceans and in the forest. We have to change a system that is an incentive care for another, where the protection of lives become a new form of government. Friends, if we dare together, we are closer to a global passport hand in hand with the digitalization, to a parliament of the earth with representatives elected by the citizens, both that decide of the issues common for the survival of humanity. on the disappearance of the physical money, Sweden is the first example, under the blockchain architecture. We are closer to a new humanity that must decide if it is willing to give up part of this comfort for a possible planet. If we so decide, we have to tighten of our belt and a turbulent trip, but better an uncomfortable transition than the end of our civilization. We have to massively tell an old system that this is time has run out, a time for excessive corruption, lack of sensibility, and the availability to provide solutions. We need a policy that leads us to the fourth generation of universal rights, a universal basic coverage that contains clean and free transportation in urban areas, clean and free energy in rural areas, and the communications for every inhabitant on the earth. And you, the young people especially, must be part of the generation that prepared to govern with these values. The war will be divided between those of us who are willing to protect life on this planet or those who go directly and without the scale to a collective suicide. There is the only one possible future, one that cleans the generation that have the government with blood-stained hands, and that lead us to the self-destruction of our civilization. Among them, we will be especially remember a name within the first group of losers of the ecological transition, a name that prompted us to fight stronger than ever for life and freedom on this planet, a name that will remain in the space of history another war criminal. We have to stop Vladimir Putin and the upcoming oil, gas, and coal traffickers. We stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for your passion, your words, and we look forward to the first Climate Parliament in New York. Last but definitely not least, please join me in welcoming Harjit Singh from the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative.
Hello, everyone. Almost the last panel and the last speaker here. Very nice. Okay, let's start. You have heard a lot about the crisis, and many of you are aware, and you have been listening a lot of data. So I was wondering what exactly I should be talking about. Let me, to set the context, let me repeat some of the things that you have heard throughout the day, and then talk about the bold idea that I'm part of. So climate action failure topped weapons of mass destruction in the ranking of global risk by the World Economic Forum in a report that focuses on global threats. We know that. You heard Sapora reminding us that 86% of carbon dioxide in the last decade came from fossil fuels. We know that despite increased renewable energy investments, the global share of energy still depends on fossil fuel in terms of 80%. So that's where we are. The current level of extraction that's happening, and it's going to take us way, way beyond the 1.5 degree target that we have. And we are also facing the climate crisis right now. You talk about heat waves and storms, floods, and wildfires. We are seeing how that's destroying people's homes, land, farms, and millions are now being forced out of their homes. I come from India. You have all been listening about the unprecedented heat waves in India, Pakistan, and the nearby countries. And at the same time, when you hear that the solutions that are being talked about are, we will go for more voluntary action, or as individuals, you also heard from young people that, no plastics campaign and do more kind of whatever we can save, reuse and recycle, but we know it's not going to get us where we need to, because there are just 100 companies that are responsible for more than 70% of emissions. And that's the inequality we are talking about. And to make you even more angry, you must know that the production and burning of coal, oil, and gas was subsidized by $5.9 trillion in 2020, which comes to $11 million a minute. $11 million a minute. So is it us who are responsible for the crisis? And we know all this data. There's a lot of talk about green transition and clean energy. Of course, we need all of that. But we have been campaigning a lot for green energy and green transition. But why we could not get enough progress? We got the convention in 1992. We got Paris Agreement. What's wrong with the system that we are not able to make progress? And we are still dependent on fossil fuels the way we were 10 years ago. There's something massively wrong. And my analysis is that we have been only talking about what we need to do. We have been describing that cake of responsibility, but we did not talk about how to cut that cake and who needs to take that pie to act. And that has been the missing piece over the last 30 years. Yes, the convention does talk about the responsibility of rich countries, and that's where I would say we as campaigners also failed in the climate space. We focused too much on protecting our own interest, our own countries, and we did not really articulate that we come to the UN space for global justice. The reason we are facing the crisis is because of global inequality. There are a handful of countries and corporations who have caused the crisis, and yet we were stuck in some of the communication campaigns, and we did not really call out who had to play that role and how we cut the cake. And somehow the terminologies of equity and justice were described as toxic. And look at where we are right now, how disasters are hitting us. We have not made any progress whatsoever because we did not focus sufficiently on how and who has to move. And this is exactly where the fossil fuel treaty comes in, because that's what we are talking about. We cannot just expect Angolas and Azerbaijan and Nigeria to all come to the same finish line as Norway, Canada, the US, UK, Australia, without providing them support, without looking at history on how colonialism, racism has kept them there and how they are living the legacy of that colonialism and they are stuck with the fossil fuel economy. We did not talk about that. We had such a narrow way of looking at climate. We did not connect all these crises, and the reality is we have not moved an inch. So the time has come to talk about how, to talk about a plan that is needed to achieve that just transition that we all have been talking about. And unless we talk about equity, unless we talk about justice, we will not get there. We have to talk about how we are going to provide support to these countries who are not responsible for the crisis but are facing the brunt of the crisis. We have to come up with some very clear ideas, and that's where the treaty talks about how we have to stop the exploration now, how we have to phase out equitably, how we have to achieve a just transition, and some of the elements that we have to, the nitty-gritties and the nuts and bolts that we are working on is how do we increase the transparency and accountability of the fossil fuel companies and governments and their investment. That's how the idea of global registry, which has been missing. We need a full framework that's going to help some of these countries who are dependent on fossil fuels, and we have to make sure that the just transition works for all the workers and communities, and that the legal framework and policy and economic tools that we have to work on and develop so that we can talk about the how part, which we have not done enough. So I would say politicians so far have been quite successful in dividing us between developing and developed countries and rich and poor. The time has come to unite. The time has come to talk about workers around the world and apply the equity principle and say that's what is needed. And we have to call out our leaders, and particularly the ones who are responsible for the crisis, and say this is exactly what you have to do. And those specifics are coming out of this treaty initiative. So I would invite you to join us in endorsing the treaty. Talk to your leaders about it and compel others to do so that they also join the movement and act and not just talk. Thank you.
All right, I'm in. Just kidding. I was already in. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Harjeet. So much exciting work that we just heard about, inspiring and generating momentum. One of the things I've really loved about being a part of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is hearing about all the cities and all of that momentum we're seeing around the world. And it's interesting to be part of the Secretariat and every once in a while hear about another city that's about to vote on a motion or passing a motion or has passed a motion and we didn't even know. And I think that's the moment when you know an idea has gone from being somebody's idea to being a movement. You know, we now have 49 cities and 1 state. And that state is Hawaii. Recently, Hawaii became the first state in the world and the first Pacific island, we hope for many more, to adopt a resolution calling for a treaty. And we're fortunate to have a remote address, a short video address from Senator Rhodes, who sponsored the resolution. Can we play that video, please?
Thanks for the opportunity to address your global just transition from fossil fuels pre-summit. With a pandemic raging, wars being fought, and worldwide economic challenges, it is easy to forget that the most important issue facing all of us is humanly induced climate change. It is already affecting everyone, from residents of Hawaii, where I live, to Botswana, Honolulu's antipode. We in Hawaii pride ourselves on how forward-looking we have been on this issue. In 2008, we passed a bill requiring 40% renewables for electricity production by 2030. In 2015, we went farther, becoming the first state in the United States to set a 100% renewable target for electricity production. Since 2014, Hawaii's renewable energy production has doubled from 20 to 40% of the total consumed. As I mentioned, 40% was our target for 2030, a goal we hit 8 years ahead of schedule. One of our smaller islands, Kauai, routinely has days where it is powered entirely by renewable energy. Hawaii has the most rooftop solar per capita of any American state. We generate more electricity from rooftop solar than any single power plant. By the end of the year, coal will no longer be used as an energy source in Hawaii. We banned it with legislation passed in 2020. While we have much to be proud of, many challenges remain. Our tourism economy is entirely dependent on jet travel, a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. With minor exceptions, all travel between islands is by plane as well. The vast majority of our food is imported from thousands of kilometers away, this despite many hectares of agricultural land lying fallow in the islands. To keep Hawaii on the right path and to do our small part to move the world away from fossil fuels, earlier this year I introduced Senate Concurrent Resolution 108 at the request of University of Hawaii Professor Josh Cooper. SCR 108 affirms Hawaii's commitment to the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it calls for American support at all levels of government for a fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty. From small jurisdictions like Hawaii to the capitals of the world's largest polluters, Beijing, Washington, and New Delhi, we all have our part to play in stopping the use of fossil fuel. Relying on someone else to address climate change will result in global temperature increases that will end human life as we know it. The time for action is now.
Fantastic. Just as Senator Rhodes is working hard for positive change at the state level, Jutta Gutland is a member of the European Parliament from Sweden who's pressing for action there and was so disappointed that she could not be with us here today, but sent a short message from Brussels. We'll see if they can find it, and we can wait or show it later. Okay, thank you. We'll show it later. So we have two final speakers to come and close the conference for us today. Darn you, Harjeet, for talking about cake and pie, because now I'm only thinking about the reception. Stop it. So 2 more speakers. We need persistence and resilience in this movement, right? I'm very excited to welcome Alex Rafalowitz. Alex is the director of the Treaty Initiative. He's a lawyer with experience as a policy analyst, a campaign organizer, and strategist for climate justice. Previously, Alex was the global director of programs at 350.org and served as a strategic advisor at Code Nation and was also the executive director at the Climate Action Network of Australia. I feel so very fortunate to be working with Alex on the treaty. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today in these conversations. And these conversations have been incredibly important and incredibly powerful. I want to thank the Nordic Council and the Stanley Center, who maybe have not endorsed the idea of a fossil fuel treaty yet, but endorsed the need for the conversation. Because we have seen over the last decade a change in the understanding of the crisis that we see in front of us. We called this meeting, this gathering, the conversation for a global just transition from fossil fuels. I think it's important that we acknowledge that currently we are not transitioning from fossil fuels. Currently, we are expanding fossil fuels, and at the same time, fossil fuels, which have been around for over 200 years as the center of our energy system, have comprehensively failed to deliver energy that lead to lives of dignity for people across the world. Over 1 billion people live in a form of energy poverty, and 1 billion more just below that critical line. There are, however, 600 million people in this world who live in a country where the income from selling fossil fuels abroad is the largest part of their national budget. So we're facing an intersecting challenge when we talk about our shift away from fossil fuels. We want to deliver lives of dignity for everybody, and that is our overriding priority as a movement. And we need to grapple with the reality of the vested interests that exist around the fossil fuel industry today. We've heard, I think, across all of the panels today, that the risks of the fossil fuel industry are not only risks to our climate goals. We've heard today about the way that the fossil fuel industry risks our relationship with nature. From Nemonte Nakimo from the SIBO Alliance and Amazon Frontlines, about communities in the Amazon facing the continuing logic of the colonizers trying to displace indigenous peoples from their land in order to profit from the extraction. We heard from Ina Maria, a Namibian artist and climate activist, about the similar fight of a Canadian company wanting to exploit oil and gas in the Okavango region. And we thank Ina Maria for the art that has also decorated the space for these conversations today. The risk of climate extraction is not only to the local community and the local ecosystem, it's then to the overall structure of our political economy, and I think importantly raised in the session this morning, of our culture. So we have seen across the world states organize themselves around the extraction of fossil fuels. But that extraction has not led to greater dignity, greater wealth, or greater prosperity. That instead has led to dispossession, the centralization of power and control, and often the corruption of political systems. So the challenges that we face are many. We have seen that there is, however, much hope to be had. Some of that hope has come from great ideas. Some of that hope has come from joy, from love. Some of that hope has come from being together. I started my journey as a climate activist, helping to found the Australian Youth Climate Coalition. So I also once was a young person on these panels. And then today I had to record a video as a Parents for Future. So I feel like I've really made a just transition myself as an activist. But that's because this movement for global cooperation on fossil fuels, and this movement, many of us in this room that are a part of calling for a global treaty on fossil fuels, is one part of a broader climate movement. It's one part of a broader movement for climate justice, which is itself one part of a broader movement for justice, for hope, for love, and for peace. And so there are no silver bullets to the challenges that we face. There is no one solution, but by cooperating, demonstrating solidarity, and working together, we can find some of the solutions and begin to build those solutions. We're not going to pretend that in 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, there won't still be panelists of young activists saying that what is happening is not good enough and it is not fair. But they may be doing that directly towards a global body that exists to support humanity to come together to phase out the fossil fuel industry. Because we have heard over and over again that industry is not going to end itself. Market signals on the sides are not going to end it itself. It is only with our collective power that we will be able to send the signal of the end of the fossil fuel industry. So there are many causes for hope, I think, that we've heard from today. We heard about the proposal for an ecocide law. We've heard about the idea of cities and local governments taking up this demand. We've heard about parliamentarians coming together to develop more laws, legislations, and policies in their settings. And of course, there is the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative itself. And beyond that, I think we've heard different ways that people in different countries across this world are struggling to change the conditions where they are. That struggle is often extremely dangerous. It's often criminalized. They're often subject to repressive forces from the state, and yet they persist. And I think that we all salute them in that resilience and resistance. All of that political action begins with a conversation. Begins with a conversation about the world that we want to see and the world that we want to build together. So I want to thank you all for having joined us today in this conversation. It is incredibly important, and I'm sure that you will carry that conversation with you into Stockholm+50 in the coming days. Because in the current iteration of the proposals for Stockholm+50, I actually have some good news. It's been going around that fossil fuels were not mentioned in the Stockholm+50 recommendation text. And that was true until yesterday. A text came out in April that did not mention fossil fuels. And many of people in this room and beyond clearly communicated to their governments, to the United Nations, that that was unacceptable. That in the year of 2020, that 50 years out of Stockholm+50, we needed to recognize, as Vanessa said in her opening, that fossil fuels are a unique driver of the triple crisis, of the climate crisis, of the biodiversity crisis, and of the pollution crisis. And today, the draft document does recognize that explicitly. And in fact, it calls for enhanced multilateral processes to address fossil fuel production and to support a just transition in developing countries. If that type of language stays in the recommendations, that will be a clear signal that we are collectively embarking on a new pathway that can give us hope to end the fossil fuel industry in our lifetimes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. And now I want to introduce you to Mary Moana-Colio, is a young Samoan professional based in Wellington, New Zealand. She's currently the 350 Pacific Climate Warriors Wellington Coordinator, Pacific Coordinating Ambassador for One Young World, and Commonwealth Youth Forum 2020 Task Force member. Some closing remarks from Mary. The floor is yours.
Last speaker. Let's go. Talofa lava. My name is Mary Ngafa o Malietoa Sapati Moiono ko Leo. I'm from the villages of Whalefa, Tiavea, Le'awa'a, and Malie in the island of Upolu in Samoa. Like many Indigenous and First Nations people, I come from a people who have lived in harmony with creation for some 3,000 years. Throughout that time, our ancestors used this relationship to navigate the length and breadth of the Pacific Ocean, to settle new lands, build entire cultures, histories, economies, and philosophies centered on understanding and nurturing the world around us. From nature, we draw our understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos, and understand that it is incumbent upon us to be guardians of these lands, rivers, mountains, seas, and all that surrounds us. From birth, our first significant act is to place our umbilical cord and placenta back into the earth, signifying our connection to our ancestral lands and symbolizing that it is from the earth we came to be and where we will return. In Samoa, the very word for placenta and the earth are one and the same, whanua. I'm a long way from home, and I'm a long way from where my whanua is buried to be with you today. The reason is simple. Unless we come together to bring an end to the fossil fuel era, my whanua will join those of many of my ancestors beneath the waves. But rather than give in to the desperation one can only feel when facing their home possibly disappearing, we have resolved to be here today to join with our elders, Ambassador Tevi, Ambassador Lalonio, in declaring that the Pacific will not go quietly, that we are not drowning, we are fighting. So before you leave here today to return to your homes, I want to impart on you that spirit, because we cannot go home from here without a greater resolve to bring about climate justice. In coming here this week, we've heard many voices of frontline and Indigenous communities, my brothers and sisters around the world, calling for climate justice that centers the needs of people, that centers the needs of the collective, that prioritizes people over profit, that we must commit to a rapid and far-reaching actions to transform our societies to avoid worsening climate disasters and impacts that we are seeing worldwide. We heard loud and clear that there is no future for the fossil fuel industry. It's a danger being the 24th speaker on the last panel of the day. So what else is there to say that hasn't already been said? So rather than repeat what we've heard today from the fantastic lineup of panelists and speakers, I want to take the time to affirm their words and encourage you as you leave today. For many of you, this has been your life's work. For others, it's work that we have been thrust into. Some of you have been engaged in this space for many years, and most of us have seen firsthand the impacts that climate change or the climate crisis has had on our people. But for all of us, it is an inescapable reality. Tired as we may be, we do not have the luxury of fatigue, not when there is so much at risk. We have flown 36 plus hours to be here with you on the other side of the world, and so I want to say to you that the work that is being done here today and in the days to come is crucial to the survival of our communities. And if in a human moment you find yourself faltering or find yourself giving in to the cynicism that often plagues the spaces that we're in, think of us. Think of the leaders and the elders in this room who have come from the other side of the world. Although we have contributed almost nothing to the causes of climate change, we are here, we are fighting, and we refuse to be told that this is the way it's going to be. There is an expression where I come from, and I say it often, "Elai titi ai ma'ini." We may be small, but we sting. We may have limited means and a much smaller GDP, but if our history is to have taught us anything, it's that we know how to sustain not only our environment, but the will to keep it. How much more means and access and resources do you all have in your corners of the world with your much larger populations and greater means to influence environmental outcomes? Many of you were part of Paris, led by the Pacific. The world came together to agree on a target of 1.5. The late Tony de Broom from Marshall Islands is credited as being one of the principal architects of that agreement. Elai titi ai ma'ini. It's perhaps no coincidence as well that today, on the 1st of June, is the 60th anniversary of Samoa's independence. 60 years ago today, my island home, a small Pacific nation, defeated an empire and regained its freedom. Elai titi ai ma'ini. We in the Pacific have been fighting for our survival for a long time, against conquest, colonialism, capitalism, even coronavirus. Except now, we can't fight this alone. Climate change is humanity's great struggle, and we must leave here today with a renewed focus to bring down the causes of this catastrophe. We must end the age of fossil fuels, and we do that by ensuring that the treaty is endorsed by our cities and governments when we return home. If we are to have a fighting chance at meeting the commitments of the Paris Agreement, limiting emissions below the upper threshold of 1.5 degrees is next to impossible when the proliferation of fossil fuels continues at the record levels and without a clear pathway for a just transition. In this respect, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty must be the way forward and will complement the goals of Paris to limit emissions by cutting off supply and accelerating a just transition. We have heard today that the continued proliferation of fossil fuels is one of the greatest acts of violence and destruction that my generation is witnessing play out in real time. So it's not only within our power, but our moral duty to stand against it. In saying that, the same systems that got us here, capitalism, colonialism, will not offer us the solutions. We must be decolonial in our thinking. We must be collective in our thinking. Listen to young people, take them seriously. Listen to Indigenous people and let us lead. I mentioned earlier on today that it's our independence in Samoa. Before we won our freedom, when the colonizers refused to leave and when our ancestors suffered every unimaginable indignation, the fledgling independence movement held on to the words of an old Samoan proverb. Waleai se ngau matau, awanao le ngau alofa, which means we are not driven out of fear, but moved by love. These words would come to aid our forefathers during their darkest moments of our resilience when all seemed lost. What of our resistance today? What will be said of our efforts against the very thing that continues to cause suffering all around the world? My friends, family, all is not lost if you choose to return home and be moved by love. These are the words that I would like to leave you with today. As difficult as the task can get, in getting countries and cities to sign on to a treaty is no easy task. We are not driven out of fear, but we are moved by love for our homes, for our families, for our communities, for our planet, and for the generations to come. Let these be the words that pick you up when things inevitably get difficult. Let the examples of our small but stinging Pacific Island activists and leaders inspire you, and may love compel you. Whaftai lava, thank you.
That was, I think, yeah, we have that. I'm just going to play that final video so I can give myself a minute. The final video from Brussels, please.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the Stockholm +50 conference. It is really an honor as a Swede and as a Stockholmer, and I truly regret that I could not be with you today, but it's due to the ongoing negotiation on the EU ETS in the European Parliament, and it's going on at this moment. I truly believe that a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty has the potential to become a true game changer in the fight against the climate crisis. The idea is simple and easy to understand, yet points to a true inconsistency in the global fight against the climate crisis. A study published in Nature indicates that we need to leave 90% of the coal and 60% of the oil and gas reserves in the ground to even have a 50-50 chance of reaching the 1.5 degree target. Yet we see new coal plants being constructed, new LNG terminals being planned for, and continued investments in further exploration of for more resources. All of these new assets will practically become stranded if we comply with the Paris Agreement, and that is a truly dangerous situation. It will even worsen an already difficult lobbying downward pressure on climate ambition. Instead, we need to invest every public and private investments into the renewables, into the solution that also provide energy independence from invading countries and questionable regimes. This is never a question about if the era of fossil fuels will be over. It is a matter of when. If we start now, we can control the change, make it fair in the transition. Otherwise, it will be a shock. Just when the Russia war, we will face demands to shut down production from one day to another, which is not optimal for anyone. So this simple idea has the potential to ensure a just and fair transition, help our energy independence through disarmament, and secure the climate ambition we need to stay in line with the Paris Agreement. It is our common responsibility today to take this idea, this change of perspective, back to our respective countries and organizations and turn it into reality. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Jutta Gutland, Member of Parliament from Sweden, who's currently in Brussels, sending us that message. So, friends, today we have heard from such an amazing group of speakers, from Indigenous leaders, from activists, from parliamentarians, from young people, from academics, from all over the world. And one thing is very clear. Fossil fuels are not only a climate problem, but they are a biodiversity, an economic, a human health problem, a problem of conflict and an equality problem. Today, expansion of fossil fuels are a weapon of mass destruction. They threaten our lives, our livelihoods, world over. So we stand here on the eve of Stockholm +50, where we're asked to look back over the past 50 years and reflect on how far we've come. But I don't want to look back. With you all here today, let's look forward. What I felt from our speakers today and from all of you here was a call to action. That now is our moment. A new political window that maybe began at COP26 with the first ever conversation about fossil fuels. The first time that even a fossil fuel was mentioned in the text of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. All of your work at home, around the world, and here has led to this moment. And social change is not linear. When we look at history, at huge moments in history, it happens because of tipping point moments. I offer that this is one of those tipping point moments for us being willing as a global community to talk about fossil fuels, to acknowledge the difficulty, to have the courage to talk about what needs to happen and act. So for those of you going to Stockholm+50 tomorrow, I urge you to push your governments to commit to call for a global treaty on fossil fuels as one of the outcomes of Stockholm+50, and to, at the very least, maintain the existing language that we heard about that is in the current text on the need for international cooperation and to stop the expansion of fossil fuels and hopefully to strengthen it. And beyond Stockholm, I urge you to call on every level of government at every decision to make the right decision that stops the expansion of the fossil fuel industry, the right decision to plan for a fair phase-out. You can take that call to your cities, your networks, your faith institutions, to scientists and academics and community leaders. Ask them to join you in endorsing the fossil fuel treaty. And build. Together we can build this new drumbeat of momentum. Thank you so much for being a part of this very important day. Thank you to all of the speakers, and especially those who joined us from the Global South and our Indigenous and youth leaders. And I also just want to take a moment to express deep appreciation and thanks to our team, the Fossil Fuel Treaty team, who pulled off this amazing event, especially to Liz, to Nathan, to Claudia, to Michael, who couldn't be with us here today because he's just had a baby. Congratulations. And to all of the team who put this event together. We are one step closer to realizing a fossil-free future, and that is because of all of you showing up today and engaging deeply, honestly, courageously in these conversations about the threats we're facing and also the path forward to address them. For more information to endorse the call of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, join us at www.fossilfueltreaty.org. A quick reminder for those who are here in person, there's a reception just outside of this room. Tonight from 6 to 8, there is a demonstration at Sergelstorg, the city center. And then after that, a social gathering at the Capitol Rooftop Bar in the Scandic Continental Hotel at 8 p.m. So we can do some more networking, maybe relax a little together and see what creative ideas come out of that gathering. So, and dance, right. Well, if we can't dance, I don't want to be a part of this revolution. Thank you again for coming, for all of your work here in Stockholm this week, for your work at home. This moment in history requires persistence. It requires collaboration, imagination, creativity, and more than anything we know from the stories we've heard today, it requires courage. But the great thing about courage is contagious. Thank you for joining us today.